of the Century 21 brand. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we know you do things your way. So why shop the same retail giants as everyone else when we have the products you need and trust at unbeatable prices? Right now, select Shepherd wheels, casters, and floor protection 15% off. 3M WorkTunes Bluetooth hearing protection $74.99. And save 10% on Thoroughbred welding cylinders and gas. Plus, Chick Days start Friday, August 28th with a variety of egg layers and meat birds. Find value for the work you do every day at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field. It's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Business owners
and right-hand men and women.
When you make the catering call for your office gathering,
make it Marty's Pizza.
For pizza, pasta, subs, wings, appetizers, and more.
Delivered in our heated oven delivery trucks.
Our catering delivery range has expanded
all the way east into Brookfield.
Just log on to martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Or give us a call at 262-646-3327. 262-646-3327.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
He told us to load 4 yards into his 8-foot bed. But we knew that 3 full, honestly measured yards were going to fill his truck bed to the rim. After we proved that, he told us the other guys have been telling him he's been getting 4 yards in there for years. Honest measurements and honest folks who just want to do you right. So you come back. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. We did the math. When you buy bagged mulch from the big guys, you pay $50 a yard. Why pay more for inferior mulch? When you buy from Erickson's, you'll get premium mulch for almost half the cost. And you'll see that even our economy mulch is better, for less than half the cost of bag mulch. And either choice is made with premium colorant that lasts longer. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The I-94 reconstruction project through Milwaukee's west side could potentially take a couple of extra years.
Costs can go up. I'll give you some room on that.
That's always going to happen,
right?
That's always
going to happen. Okay, fine. But the idea on the timeline, we only studied this project for 20 years.
The key phrase is potential delay. There are some ways they can reconfigure, maybe speed up one portion of the phases.
Okay, let's do that.
Only here on WTMJ.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The Titans of the National League collide in Milwaukee. Brewers, Braves, showtime.
High fly, right center. It is up. It is back. It is gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 2:35.
Lara, fly ball to deep left. Back it goes. It is up and gone.
Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Friday, August 21st. Our top story, a terrifying night at a Waukesha gas station.
I'm Eric Bilstead. A big construction project now facing an uncertain timeline.
I'm Debbie Laziga, looking pretty good across the entire area, not seeing really any delays, maybe a quick brake check right around the North Avenue curve on 41 northbound, but other than that, really looking smooth so far this morning. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm Team forecast for today. You check the radar this morning, you got some big storm activity in the northwest part of the state. For us, chance of some morning showers. This afternoon, some strong storms are possible and a high of 78. Tonight, storms coming to an end, partly cloudy skies and a low of 64. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a Waukesha gas station employee found zip-tied in the back room after reported armed robbery.
Was just tied up and robbed at gunpoint about 10 minutes ago.
The employee was working alone on the night shift at the Speedway near Summit and Delafield early Wednesday when a man with a handgun came in and demanded money. Police tell WTMJ the suspect then forced the employee into the back room and restrained them with zip ties before fleeing the store. A customer who walked in after is credited with alerting authorities to the situation. The employee was not hurt during the exchange. The suspect is still on the run. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A large fire at a West Dallas new public works facility could cause a big setback now. The roughly 200,000 square foot building's been years in the making. Now the city's waiting to see how much damage a fire on Thursday caused. Here's the mayor, Dan Devine.
So we really don't know how long that delay will be until they get in there. Ideally, they were going to open it up in fall. It was hopefully late summer, but there have been some hiccups like any large project like this along the way that, bogged it down a little bit.
Nobody hurt. All construction workers on site were evacuated. The cause of the fire now under investigation.
Universities of Wisconsin Board of Regents did approve a budget request that would freeze tuition. Regent Tom Pauschwitz.
We address affordability by committing to hold the line on tuition for the following 2 years and to limit any increase to no more than inflationary rates for the next 2 subsequent years.
Now, the tuition freeze is dependent on $190 million in support from state lawmakers. UW's fall budget proposal, looking for some $700 million from the state, now heads to the governor and state legislature.
3 people in custody after 2 separate multi-state car chases, injuring 2 Kenosha County Sheriff's deputies.
2 pickup trucks fled from a Walmart in Summers Wednesday after one rammed into a squad car. The first truck crashed into another vehicle, injuring 3. The second was stopped past the Illinois border before the driver hid in a nearby cornfield and was caught. Deputies arrested Sable Russell as well as Cody and Ace Frank. One deputy was treated for fentanyl exposure. All 3 suspects had warrants out for their arrests in multiple states. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
New trial hearing for a Texas teen convicted of murder.
The Texas teenager Carmelo Anthony appeared in court Thursday, this time before a new judge as he pushes for a new trial. A jury rejected his claims of self-defense in June and sentenced him to 35 years in prison for killing Austin Metcalf during a confrontation at a high school track meet. Wednesday, the former judge was removed from the case after Anthony's legal team argued he'd enforced overly strict courtroom rules and gave an interview after the trial was over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Federal officials now say there were no survivors after a small plane crashed in Alaska.
A small plane went down in a remote area in the western part of the state yesterday afternoon, and we now know all 8 people on board were killed. The military says it was a civilian contracted aircraft and called it a devastating loss. The names of the passengers and 2 pilots have not yet been released.
ABC's Faith Abube. The plane was headed to a military facility in western Alaska.
Thousands of American troops who've spent months deployed are on their way home. ABC's Sophie Flay.
The USS Abraham Lincoln is heading home from the Middle East after 9 months at sea after complaints of poor living conditions and declining mental health. As the Lincoln makes the journey back to San Diego, another aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has taken its place in support of U.S. operations against Iran.
The Lincoln and its 5,000 sailors and Marines expected to arrive home in 4 to 5 weeks.
Coming up, a court victory for a Republican state Senate candidate.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, Cuddles, the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The Summer Drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this. And Summit Credit Union's got you.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:07.
The Brewers starter pulled in the middle of an at-bat. Sports at 6:15.
Car dealership in Kenosha is facing a racial harassment lawsuit.
Management at Kenosha Nissan are accused of threatening several black employees who reported racial harassment in 2024. The lawsuit filed by the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission says one manager warned employees that they would, quote, make their lives a living hell, and another compared a black employee to an animal. Several employees resigned out of fear of being fired, and the lawsuit says one employee was fired for reporting the harassment. The lawsuit is seeking back pay and punitive damages for the workers. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision: Wisconsin, a Republican state Senate candidate facing a lawsuit over her eligibility to run for office, will remain on the November ballot. A judge in Dane County denied a temporary injunction that sought to remove Michelle Skinner from the race. The lawsuit filed by the state Democratic Committee argued Skinner is primarily a resident of Georgia and has improperly voted in both states. Skinner is running against the incumbent Democrat Jeff Smith in the state Senate 31st District.
A Milwaukee organization is putting black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs in the spotlight at American Family Field.
Friday's Black Culture Fest is more than a pregame celebration. It's also an opportunity to showcase the people and businesses that make up Milwaukee's black community. Renell Washington, co-founder of Social X MKE, tells WTMJ.
Black populations being one of the highest percentages here, the richness of it, the connection to the Negro League back in the day, it's important to just highlight the culture that Milwaukee has to offer through some of those different areas of music, art, commerce, and just fandom.
The event will feature a curated marketplace with black culture retail items along with music and other activities before Friday's game. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here.
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go. Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at ACCUNET.com.
Take your family to the amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat Wednesday and Friday haddock fish fry for $8.99. Wow. You'll pay twice that elsewhere. Desserts or buy one, get one free. Google The Mine Shaft. Call and reserve your table, The Mine Shaft.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
6:10 of Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, how are the roads?
Still squeaky clean right now. Not seeing really any delays or really any incidents. Well, we do have a broken down vehicle on the ramp from Mequon Road to northbound 43. But other than that, it's out of traffic and we're looking really good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We're on the lookout for a few remnant showers to arrive into southeastern Wisconsin during the late morning and early afternoon. And then more likely, we'll see another round of showers and storms, some of which could be strong to severe late afternoon and into the evening hours. Highs today topping out in the upper 70s. Storms come to an end after 10 o'clock tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. A slight chance for a pop-up shower or storm along the lake breeze on our Saturday, otherwise mostly sunny with a high temperature of 78.
Milwaukee's at 63.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Eric Bilstad.
Plane down in Alaska, everyone on board killed.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
National Transportation Safety Board will lead the investigation with an assist from the FAA.
An Air Force officer involved in the search calls it a devastating loss.
It is ABC's Faith Abube. The plane went down Thursday afternoon.
And we now know all 8 people on board were killed. The military says it was a civilian contracted aircraft. The names of the passengers and 2 pilots have not yet been released.
Yeah, the plane was chartered by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which confirms 2 of its employees are among the dead. The flight was apparently close to its destination when it went down.
A federal official says the charter plane went down Thursday afternoon near a remote radar site in western Alaska. The plane from a company called Security Aviation had taken off from Anchorage.
They did immediately send up search and rescue crews, which later confirmed there were no survivors. I checked out the plane. It's a Cessna 441. That's a twin-engine turboprop. So it's not a tiny one, but it's not a huge plane. I mean, it's only 8 passengers on board, so don't have any indication at this point as to what brought it down.
The second plane crash of the week. Had one on the East Coast, too.
Helicopter and
colliding
a small
with
plane.
it,
That was a much smaller Cessna. U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Robert Davis. He's commander of the Alaskan Command, Alaska North American Aerospace Defense Command region, and the 11th Air Force. These individuals are dedicated professionals carrying out a vital mission in a demanding environment. Our absolute priority now is providing unwavering support to their families, friends, and teammates during this devastating time. We are profoundly grateful, he added, for the swift and tireless response of our search and recovery professionals, but obviously much more information to come out. As I said, really scant information as to what may have brought this down. I don't have any reports of there being weather issues in the region. This was entirely, it seems, unexpected, and they've got a lot of work to do to find out what went wrong.
An Air Force officer involved in the search calls it a devastating loss.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. School is starting to ramp back up. My kids start here in a couple of weeks, and they've been doing the sports stuff, the cross-country practices and all that. You know, and a lot of conversation, a lot of kids coming by the house recently, and all the talk is always about the roof from Tri-County Contracting. The kids always asking about the worry-free roof tune-up and about my windows,
I
too.
wish my dad got the worry-free roof tune-up.
I can't tell you how many times I hear that. I'm like, look, little Jill and little Johnny, it's okay. There's still time.
You get your dad right.
Yeah, Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. They do the roofing, the siding, and the windows, and that worry-free roof tune-up. It'll make you love your home again, I tell them. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers start a big series with the first place Braves this afternoon, and it's going to be a dandy. A little bit more on that in a second, but first, they took the series from the Mariners in a hot way. Joey O is keeping hot.
Ground ball right side, base hit, he delivers. Scoring Sanchez. Throw goes to third. Yelich is safe there. It's a 3-run first inning so far, and the Brewers ain't done yet.
That's right. The Brewers would plate 6 in that first inning, but starter Robert Gasser would struggle with his command, and it got to a point where Pat Murphy wasn't going to allow it to continue.
Top of the 4th inning, a 6-3 Brewers lead, and Pat Murphy's out. He is going to lift Robert Gasser from this game in the middle of the at-bat. Oof. He has made the call to the bullpen, and Chad Patrick's going to come into this game.
Yeah, Murph admitted he was getting tired of all the walks.
I wanted to take him out because I was kind of hot. It was a little too emotional right there. Got us 11 outs, but he had 5 free bases, and it looked like we were going to have another one.
Yeah, can't do it. Gasser would give up 4 runs. Now the rest of the bullpen nails, and the Brewers would win 7-4. So these are games you got to win, and he's tired of seeing some of the sloppiness sometimes from the staff. So he said, no, we're done. Up next, the first place Braves at American Family Field, and look who we have today. The Miz. Jacob Mizorowski versus Chris Sale. One of the best in the league. He's been doing it a long time, Sale has. This should be a really dandy of a game, and it's a 3:10 start. Don't forget, early start today at AmFam. 2:40 coverage right here on WTMJ.
Tonight, a Super Bowl 32 rematch. You like that?
Yes.
Some good hype for a preseason game. Packers and Broncos tonight in Denver. And while the score of the game doesn't count or doesn't matter, there is plenty riding on the player performances that we will see from the green and gold tonight.
Obviously, the starters did a hell of a job. We, made it pretty quick, 3 and out first drive. But I think the guys, the backup guys had to do a better job of, just being aware of, what they're supposed to do on certain plays.
I like that. That's Packers safety Xavier McKinney, and I love his take, his leadership, saying, yeah, we were good front line in our first game. Seconds, thirds, not so much. And we as veterans, we need to do more to help them. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says jobs are on the line tonight.
There's a good handful of guys that are locks, and then that's something that obviously communicate with Goody on when we're making those decisions, but there's still, a handful of spots certainly up for grabs.
Now, the NFL no longer has these staggered cutdowns, so LaFleur and General Manager Brian Gutekunst will have another 9 days after tonight to make those decisions on who ultimately makes the team. The game tonight is in Denver. Channel 4 has it on TV. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock.
Happening today.
Saw a couple of the team buses this morning parked downtown.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Marquette, Wisconsin, and 8 other college volleyball teams will take over Fiserv Forum for the weekend. The AVCA, American Volleyball Coaches Association First Serve event. All of the Final 4 teams from 2025 are participating. Badgers play Louisville tomorrow, Kentucky tonight, and we will have that game for you on the air with coverage beginning at 7:30 here on WTMJ. Badgers Sports Update sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Ready to refresh your look this August? Stock up and save at Anton Salon and Medical Spa in Delafield. Buy one medical-grade skincare or professional hair care product and get the second 50% off. Choose from trusted brands like Skin Better Science, Moroccan Oil, Aveda, and more. This special ends August 31st, so don't wait. Not sure what's right for your skin or hair? Anton's experienced team offers complimentary consultations to help you find the perfect products. Visit Anton Salon and Medical Spa in Delafield today and discover your best look yet.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. Using the highest quality American-made materials, their awnings are the leading shade and wind-resistant solutions for your outdoor space. Comfort Awnings installed a motorized awning over my patio a couple summers ago, and you know what? I don't know how I ever lived without it. It extended my living space. I got plenty of room for my cookouts. Everybody's got a spot to relax in, and with summer here, don't wait to get your awning installed. Enjoy our beautiful Wisconsin summer no matter the weather. You can extend the motorized awning when the sun gets too hot and blazing, or even when it rains. Right now, get $200 off your awning or screen. Call 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com today.
I'm Vince Vetrano, joined today by Dr. Corey Casper from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
What's good for an airman is going to be, I think, good for the folks in Wisconsin as well. You don't have to be an athlete to come seek care from a sports medicine physician. It can just be getting back to moving and doing the things that you love to do, whether it be your job or gardening or playing pickleball or going for runs. My goal is just to get you back moving comfortably.
Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
From the post-game to the morning show, there's no rest for baseball for Dominic Cotroneo, our Brewers 360 guest every Monday at 8:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I don't care about a team record. I don't care about 100 wins. I don't care about any of that. Make sure that you are in tip-top shape the moment the playoffs start.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Cannon and Dumphy, and Ridgetop Exteriors.
6:21, what's happening on the drive, Deb?
Nothing. Seriously, it looks great. It is a Friday morning, and we don't really have any delays and no incidents up on the board. It's squeaky clean. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Wish I could say the same thing about the weather, but it could get dicey today. Storms later on this afternoon could be strong to severe. A high of 78.
Cannot have it. Too much high school football tonight.
It's at the slight risk of severe weather throughout most of the area. Yeah. Just be mindful of it. High of 78. Tonight, storms will end. Partly cloudy, a low of 64. Your weekend, slight chance for a pop-up shower tomorrow, a high of 78. Sunday, cooler, less humid, a high of 74. Your forecast, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. BigFishContracting.com. And do not forget, got day baseball today. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update.
I say to you, E, I think this candidate is going to win the race for governor in November in Wisconsin, for the sake of argument. You say it's Crawley, I say it's Tiffany. We disagree on that, and I say to you, care to make it interesting? What does that mean to you?
You want to make a bet?
Yeah, I'll throw a little something on the line, right? Say we put $10 on it. What did we just do?
We gambled.
We bet, right?
Yeah,
yes, we gambled. Well, gambling is largely illegal in Wisconsin, but for gaming through the Native American tribes, per the compacts the state has with them. We're debating even now the implementation of online sports betting. Approved by the legislature, signed by the governor, but still not yet happening. Even if and when that does, the authority to do that will also rest in the tribes, per our gaming compacts. But when is gambling not gambling? When it's futures investing or predictions. At least that's how some of these apps that are currently operating in Wisconsin and everywhere frame it. Prediction markets, as they're called, allow users to put money behind whether something will happen. Who wins an election, the weather, the economy, any number of things. If you can think of something that may or may not happen, you can, predict it, and you can put money behind that. Even the outcome of perhaps a football game or sporting event. And that raises the obvious question in Wisconsin. The state attorney general is fighting it. Here's WTMJ's Neil Doyle.
The answer is at the center of an escalating court battle between Wisconsin and the federal government. Now, companies like Kalshi, they argue they're not sports books. Instead of betting against a casino, customers buy and sell what are known as event contracts, essentially yes or no contracts tied to an outcome. The Federal Commodity Futures Trading Commission regulates these markets as financial derivatives and argues Congress gave the agency exclusive authority over them. Wisconsin sees it differently, particularly when those contracts involve sports.
But we look forward to having this case litigated in court. It's our position that what the CFTC is doing here is going way beyond what it has the authority to do. And essentially, it's taken the same position that companies like Kalshi are, which is that by renaming what it's doing, they can take what is essentially, for all intents and purposes, gambling, as we've alleged, and make that into something that's legal.
That's Attorney General Josh Kaul, who has sued Kalshi, Polymarket, and several other prediction markets. And this is all under Wisconsin law, with legal sports wagering conducted only through tribal gaming. So we're left with two governments looking at essentially the same transaction and describing it very differently. Federal regulators say financial market. Wisconsin says gambling. The CFTC actually sued Wisconsin back in April, asking a federal court to prevent the state from enforcing its gambling laws against federally regulated prediction markets. But Wisconsin won an important early round. The federal judge in that case did these requests for a preliminary injunction. But that wasn't a final decision on whether prediction markets are legal. Those lawsuits continue. And now another company, Novig, is reportedly taking the offensive this week, suing Attorney General Call before Wisconsin can potentially take enforcement action against it. So why can Wisconsinites still encounter these markets? Because the central legal question hasn't been definitively resolved. The companies maintain federal regulation gives them authority to operate nationwide. Wisconsin maintains that doesn't provide a free pass around state gambling laws. And sports aren't the only complication. Prediction markets are now offering contracts for elections, economics, and even real-world events. So for now, these prediction markets occupy an unusual legal battleground. Are they the next generation of federally regulated financial exchanges? Or are some of these contracts simply online gambling under another name? Here in Wisconsin, that answer may ultimately come from the courts. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
And it has to. I mean, look, I don't have any personal objection to gambling. That's fine. But also the law is the law. So if you want to change the law, if you want to allow for these sort of things, but I would kind of side with the Attorney General on this. Look, if you are betting on the eventual outcome of a sports event,
that's gambling.
How is that materially different in any way than what you would offer on DraftKings or FanDuel or whatever, which the state has already said cannot legally operate here? How is that different? Now, when you get into the other predictions, I don't know, how is that not gambling? Because it's not just sports gambling that's illegal.
Right, it's the other stuff.
Right. So I don't know how you get around that. Right now they are. But I think the AG, and again, if you're supportive of these sites and you think they should be legal, great, fine. Then
call your local legislator.
Right. Then let's change the law, regardless of what you think should be. You got to have it in statute that allows for it. And I think I certainly, if I were the tribes right now negotiating some of these gaming compacts again and how all of this stuff is going to happen, hey.
Sure.
So they would have a point to make as well. The other thing that's perilous about this is some of the people who are investing in this. Giannis Antetokounmpo is among those athletes who have invested. He's in Kalshi.
Isn't that a little strange?
Yes, he's a part owner.
Yeah.
In a predictions app where you can essentially bet on
alter
sports.
The prediction.
And he's on some of the things that you could bet on. Does Giannis do this? Does Giannis do that?
Right.
And he's an owner. So, and again, he hasn't done anything illegal. But this stuff has to be litigated out. News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 700 points in trading on Thursday to 52,759. The NASDAQ was off 1%, 26,067. S&P 500 finished the day at 7641. That was down 67 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
There'll be time enough for counting.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow for the City of Hope Cancer Center in Zion. Here to share Rochelle Gardner's story. She's a Milwaukee Public Schools teacher who's now getting access to a promising new targeted therapy for pancreatic cancer. Treatment she hopes will help her give her more time with her family and her students.
With the students that I have, it brings me joy. It takes away, my thoughts about my cancer.
And she knows she's fortunate her cancer was caught when it was, even though pancreatic cancer often comes with few warning signs.
At least I was under a doctor's care at stage 1.
Those symptoms came from a tumor on her pancreas that was affecting her liver. When chemotherapy and radiation were no longer controlling her cancer, Rochelle's cancer eventually became stage 4. That is when she sought out City of Hope in Zion, where she's getting access to an emerging treatment called daraxonrasib. City of Hope was one of 59 centers worldwide involved in clinical trials of the drug. It targets a mutation found on the vast majority of pancreatic cancers. Dr. Ajaz Khan, an oncologist at City of Hope, shares how the therapy works.
What we really know about pancreatic cancer is that it grows based upon this gene called KRAS. And so daraxonrasib, basically what it works on is deactivating or basically trying to shut down that cancer gene and not allow it to make other cancer cells and cancer proteins.
Rochelle's City of Hope doctor put her name forward as a possible candidate, and after weeks of waiting, she got the call at the end of July. She qualified.
I was so excited because they treated me like royalty, and they always do.
She now takes the treatment in pill form, and she says it's now giving her hope.
Take care of the cancer, or at least stop it from growing more and give me more time. I need more time with my family. I need more time to do things.
City of Hope Cancer Center in Zion is less than an hour from Milwaukee. They are part of a national system advancing cutting-edge treatment and research. Head to cityofhope.org. That's cityofhope.org.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The same line of storms that caused severe damage in the Midwest moving further east on Thursday. ABC's Morgan Norwood.
A rain-wrapped tornado tearing through the city of Dover, Delaware, sending debris flying and leaving behind a trail of destruction.
I can't believe this.
Some residents caught off guard, racing to take shelter. 2 hotels left badly damaged, pieces of the building wrapped around power lines.
On Long Island, New York, a waterspout may have come on shore. If so, that'd be a tornado. Firefighters digging through torn apart structures at a beach club, making sure there was no one inside. President Trump heads to South Carolina today to stump for Darlene Graham, days ahead of the South Carolina Republican Senate runoff. A charter aircraft carrying 8 people crashing at a remote radar site in western Alaska, killing all on board. President Trump back on the air with his one-time fixer, Michael Cohen, who testified before Congress about Trump's hush money payments. He also did prison time for tax evasion. They were on Cohen's radio show. This is ABC News.
Everything's looking great out on the roads. Maybe a quick brake check westbound 94 heading right through the stadium interchange to about Mitchell Boulevard, but overall everything else is moving along quite smoothly. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 78 degrees today. Chance this morning of a few showers. The chance for some possibly strong storms happens late afternoon and into the early evening hours. Storms coming to an end overnight with a low of 64. Milwaukee at 63. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, cases of E. coli and salmonella now linked to alfalfa sprouts in Wisconsin.
The Wisconsin Department of Health Services confirmed 17 cases of E. coli and salmonella came from the Everything Sprouts and Calco brands, which has led to 1 hospitalization. DHS says if you have these sprouts in the home, throw them away immediately. If you have eaten them, monitor for salmonella symptoms, which usually begin 6 hours to 6 days after eating contaminated materials. Wisconsin sees around 1,000 salmonella cases each year. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
A dozen people serving prison time will make their cases for clemency today in Wisconsin as the governor's commutation advisory board holds its first hearings.
Cases are among more than 800 applications submitted since Governor Tony Evers revived Wisconsin's commutation process this spring. 5 of the people being heard by the board today received life sentences for crimes committed as juveniles. Republican State Senator Van Wangard is criticizing the process, saying prosecutors involved in the cases largely oppose shortening the sentences. The governor's office telling WisPolitics the board only makes recommendations. Any decision to shorten a sentence ultimately rests with the governor. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Wisconsin's unemployment rate holding steady at 3.3% last month. It's below the national rate of 4.1%. Department of Workforce Development Chief Economist Scott Hodak.
We have seen some deceleration in the growth of the national economy, and that, of course, impacts Wisconsin as well. That said, the monthly data were relatively positive.
State added 1,200 new jobs last month, while the number of Wisconsinites working increased by 6,600.
The Packers take another step towards shaping their roster tonight in Denver against the Broncos.
1 game down, 2 to go for the Packers' 90-man roster that must be trimmed to 53 by 5 o'clock in the evening of Sunday, August 30th.
There's still, a handful of spots certainly up for grabs.
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur is focused on the group in front of him. General manager Brian Gutekunst also has his eye on the other 31 teams in the league.
Maybe some claims, trades, whatever might happen, but how we build our movement and how we're going to get through the year is really built off this preseason for the most part.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
So the Packers will wrap up the preseason next week. That's the home game. They'll play at Lambeau against the Cardinals.
Traffic brought to you by the Hounds and Tap, the hangout for hounds and humans.
Attention dog lovers. Looking for a way to make your dog's day? The Hounds and Tap brings dog-friendly fun and quality care together all in one place. Schedule your visit today at thehoundsandtap.com.
Coming up, a villain puts his support behind the controversial flock camera.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it.
That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333.
Networks, streaming services, retail chains, and tech giants are all adding plus to their names. But where did the concept originate? We may be biased, but we think these big wigs found their inspiration for plus at Hasseless Mattress. Hasseless showrooms are employee-free. Give your mattress a try with no pushy sales guy. Plus, our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $293. Plus, unbeatable prices on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, free next-day delivery and setup. Plus, free haul away and disposal of your old mattress. Plus, 60-month interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic with approved credit. Plus, a $300 MasterCard gift card with your Tempur-Pedic mattress. Plus, a ruggedly handsome spokesman with a smooth radio voice. Get all this, plus a whole lot more when you shop at Hasseless Mattress. Or maybe we should change our name to Hasseless Plus. Nah. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasseless.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
The marquee pitching matchup on display today at American Family Field. One where Murph would say we're going to have a good gate.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to really drive the gate with this matchup. Sports at 6:45.
Flock cameras, of course, have been in the news, right? The controversial surveillance cameras that police stations and departments are using, getting some pushback, right? Well, there is one man speaking out in favor of these flock cameras. Now, listen closely. You may recognize the voice.
We must continue utilizing flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground.
Yes, Darth Vader appeared before the San Diego
wasn't Darth
Council.
Vader.
Well, listen to how he is introduced by the council.
Thank you. It's been a great day. Love to all. Thank you, Darth Vader.
So he comes up there, full outfit.
The Emperor is a fan of flock.
So this guy in the Vader costume is all in on the flock camera. Said, no, these are great. And, you know, there's some satire here.
Flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums. And we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, okay. So it's satire. Obviously, he is trying to make a point against the flock cameras. So he dressed up as Darth Vader to prove that point and has been making the rounds virally because of it.
Well, I applaud the idea. The execution,
it's not working for you.
That was tough. I mean,
the Emperor is a fan of flock.
Okay, the script was okay.
I don't know. I thought it was all right.
Yeah.
She even introduced him as Darth Vader.
Okay, I thought it was Lord Helmet. Closer to that.
Thank you, Darth Vader.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Whether it's a sudden injury or pain that builds over years of hard work, Pivot Work Injury Law stands up for injured workers across Wisconsin. Contact Pivot Work Injury Law for a risk-free consultation.
Traffic is brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today, Debbie.
Just a wee bit of a backup westbound 94 right through the Stadium interchange to about Holly Road. Northbound, we've got on 41 a little bit tight right past Hampton. Other than that, everything else is looking really good for a Friday morning. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We're on the lookout for a few remnant showers to arrive into southeastern Wisconsin during the late morning and early afternoon. And then more likely, we'll see another round of showers and storms, some of which could be strong to severe late afternoon and into the evening hours. Highs today topping out in the upper 70s. Storms come to an end after 10 o'clock tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. A slight chance for a pop-up shower or storm along the lake breeze on our Saturday, otherwise mostly sunny with a high temperature of 78.
Milwaukee's at 63. At 6:42, do you know the name John Wayne Gacy?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Some of these stories are really coming back around as true crime podcasts, documentaries, and the like are very popular. We've seen recent renewed interest around our own guy, Jeffrey Dahmer.
It always seems to come around again, right?
Yes.
Every couple of years.
Gacy murdered 33 young men and boys that we know of, burying them beneath his suburban Chicago home back in the 1970s. He's known also as the Killer Clown. Had a fascination with clowns, was a performing clown himself. For children under the name Pogo the Clown, did birthday parties and parades. WTMJ's Libby Collins spoke with one of Gacy's attorneys, Karen Conti. Now, Conti believes there may be more victims, including perhaps a teen from here in southeast Wisconsin.
Is there anything else out there that you think needs to be exposed? Or do we know everything there was to know about the John Wayne Gacy case?
We don't know everything. I believe that there are other victims and that when he was on trips for business, that he was doing that while he was in other places. And if you think about it, he's in the middle of a crime spree, and some nights he would go out and pick up a boy, come back, kill him, second boy, third boy, in one night. So tell me that he's in rural areas in Wisconsin and Pacific Northwest and not doing the same thing, where there's fewer people, easier to abduct people, easier to dispose of bodies. I would wonder if you could line up people that he might have also killed. In fact, I got a call from a young person in Mequon who said that a friend of hers went missing age 14 or 15 and told me exactly when the person went missing, what he looked like. He looked like one of Gacy's victims, same kind of small build, blonde hair. He was after school. And I knew that Gacy was in that area somewhat around that time.
Have you thought about reaching out to the Mequon Police Department and say, look, there might be something here? Because obviously it's a cold case.
Yes. I actually reached out to family members and they didn't get back to me. And you know, some people don't want to open up these wounds again.
Yes, that's Karen Conti. She was a young attorney in her 20s. She was the only woman representing John Wayne Gacy during his death penalty appeal. There's many surprising details about the Killer Clown, including evidence she suggests that others may be responsible for some of the murders. This riveting interview coming your way this weekend. WTMJ Conversations with Libby Collins. It's Sunday morning at 11 a.m.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Every morning, I talk about traffic backups and slowdowns around Milwaukee. At Sewer Ninjas, they help homeowners avoid a different kind of backup, a sewer backup. Sewer Ninjas is a Wisconsin family-owned company specializing in sewer camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs that can often be completed without tearing up your yard. Their goal is simple: find problems early and help homeowners avoid costly surprises. Learn more at sewerninjas.com. That's sewerninjas.com.
You want to see every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters so much to you. Vince Vitrano for Shopko Optical. This is our family's choice for clear vision and comprehensive eye care services. You know, right when you walk into Shopko Optical, it feels different. You're going to feel welcome, valued, and genuinely cared for. Going to the eye doctor is still relatively new to me. Only the last couple of years. Team at Shopko Optical took the time right away to help me understand how all this works. They'll explain your concerns, your options, and answer questions so you're confident in your care. Now, maybe you're due for that comprehensive eye exam, or you're just looking for another pair of glasses or contacts. They're there to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create a personalized eye care plan with the team at Shopko Optical. Call or visit shopko.com to schedule today.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
What a day for a ball game. The first place Brewers host the first place Atlanta Braves. And look who's on the mound.
The Miz.
Yes. Jacob Mizorowski, and he's going up against Cy Young Award winner Chris Sale in what should be a dandy at the ball yard. Don't forget, we have a 3:10 first pitch today on WTMJ. Actually, this is the second of 3 day games in a row. They got a day game tomorrow, too, 1:10, because then they're shooting them to Newark and then to Williamsport for the Little League Classic, which is Sunday night. So that's why they're playing all these weird times.
You know, Matt Arnold said they were flying that second leg, but
yeah.
I thought we were told they were on a bus.
Yeah, so if they're flying, great.
Arnold's like, what, a bus? I didn't know I was getting on a bus.
So this comes after a 7-4 win for the Crew over the Mariners on Thursday afternoon. Now, the Brewers put up 6 runs in the first inning and held on. Now, one of the storylines from the game yesterday afternoon was Robert Gasser, who struggled with his command, walked a bunch of guys, gave up 4 runs in 3 2/3 innings. He was actually pulled mid-batter. Was throwing a couple of more balls there, and Murph had it. Went up there and got him, said, look, I was tired of that. This is a game we need to win. Now, I thought this was fascinating. Listen to what he says here. Murph says the bar is being raised, and his pitchers need to know that they have to be better if they want to stay on the bump.
These guys understanding that and understanding that's not going to happen to me because I can make pitches. And maybe I'm not 97, maybe I'm 95, maybe I'm 94, but I can throw it over a gnat's ass. You know what I mean? Gnats are pretty small. Whew. If you can do that, you know, you got a chance to help, whether it's 94 or 97.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense there. You know what I mean?
The bullseye womp rats. You back home.
So
it's bigger than 2 meters.
Great point. Great point, though. Like, look, you don't need to throw a 97. If you can put it where you need to put it, that's just as good. So he's raising the bar there, which is what they need. So big one today, Brewers and Braves, 3:10 right here on WTMJ.
We may already have met our quota for the A word, but I'm going to drop it again here on you. Packers play tonight in Denver, the mile-high city with the thin air that could give new guy kicker Trey Smack a chance to show something special.
I don't care if it's a 35-yard, I don't care if it's a 50-yarder. Just make the field goal. Be all right.
That's Packers safety, veteran Xavier McKinney. Now, why is he talking about the kicking game? Well, because Smack's locker is right next to his. Head coach Matt LaFleur is deliberate in his locker room assignments, wants different positions and different ages next to each other.
That's cool.
Usually you have all the DBs are in this corner, the linemen are in this corner. That makes sense, but he's done it differently, and this is one of the reasons. McKinney says, asked or not, he's all up in Smack's business.
Hey man, I tell him I'm on his ass every day, and I tell him, hey, you got a big responsibility, and we need you. And he did his thing this first preseason game, so I was happy for him. We were all happy for him, and it's gonna be good to kind of keep seeing him be able to elevate his game and keep knocking down those kicks that we're going to need.
Now, for his part, Smack was asked about it and said, yeah, X is on me. He's all over me like white on rice. So I think this could be a fun pair of teammates to watch going into the season.
Welcome to the NFL, Trey Smack. Nice.
Nice. Volleyball at Fiserv Forum tonight and through the weekend.
Slide.
AVCA, American Volleyball Coaches Association First Serve event features 10 college volleyball teams, including the complete Final Four from the 2025 season. Marquette in this as well. Wisconsin will play twice, including tonight. We've got that game for you on the air with coverage beginning at 7:30 here on WTMJ. Badgers Sports Update, sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Throw it over a gnat's ass. You know what I mean? Gnats are pretty small.
The mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 59 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 59? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal opportunity employer, member FDIC.
No more painful injections, no more medication. Vince Vetrano for Connect Chiropractic. Been seeing Dr. Alex Young and the team there for 3 years now. And actually just had a really good appointment. I was getting a little hitch in the giddy up. And I had tennis last night. So fortunately, I'm in for my adjustment.
Okay.
I told Dr. Zach, I'm like, what do you got going here? The side. He's, oh, your sacrum is twisted.
Oh, so he knew right away. Okay.
It's way down at the bottom end of the spine. Clicky, clicky, clicky. We won our match. And I'm feeling much better.
Thank you, Doc.
And the guy I was telling you about earlier, he's a former professional athlete, and he is just months into his care with Connect Chiropractic, says he's had a night and day transformation, all done with no twisting, no cracking, no popping. Docs use a special tool to get your spine properly aligned and your nervous system working right. Get started now in Delafield, Wauwatosa, or Oak Creek. Go connectchiro.com.
WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. Bob Sorens is the reason Sorens Ford became home of the nice guys.
I used to cut Bob's hair. One time I was running very late. In the middle of his haircut, Bob says to me, "If you gotta leave now, it's okay. You can cut the other side when you get back from vacation."
109 years later, you can still feel that nice guy attitude from the Sorens family and the entire team at Sorens Ford in Brookfield. An exceptional buying and service experience. Sorens Ford on Capitol Drive. SOERENS.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, J.D. Griffith's Garage Door. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation.
Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
6:52, what do you see on the roads, Deb?
Basically nothing. I got to tell you, we've got a nice quiet ride out there. Westbound 94, tapping on the brakes just a bit from the stadium to about Hawley Road. Eastbound, just a quick tap of the brakes right past 68th Street to Hawley Road. Northbound on 41, we've got a little bit of a backup right past Hampton. Other than that, everything is looking just fine. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Could be a dicey day today. Got storms rolling through to the north right now. Then later on today, we could see some strong to severe weather. High of 78 this afternoon into this evening. So keep an eye out for that today. Tonight, the storms will end. Partly cloudy, a low of 64. Saturday, slight chance for something popping up. Otherwise, sunny, high of 78. Sunday, cooler, less humid, high of just 74.
.53 on Wisconsin's Morning News, joined now by ESPN's Gabe Neitzel. I see you looking at the radar there. What time's golf?
Yeah. No, I don't have golf today.
All right.
Don't actually have golf today.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Hey, how about Brewers manager Pat Murphy pulling a guy mid-at-bat? You don't see a lot of that.
Again. And the last time they did that, Brandon Sproat ended up in AAA, and he's been throwing better. But, I mean, it's on a day where you are spotted a 6-0 lead in the first inning, as a starting pitcher, you just have to pound the strike zone. And if they hit it and put it in play, that's what happens. You just cannot be giving away free base runners when you build a lead like that, because that's how teams come back. So when you throw over 50% of your pitches outside of the strike zone, I understand why Murph was frustrated, and especially since they're going to be going to a 5-man rotation, after this stretch of games is done, and then they have the off day on Monday, going to be going to a 5-man rotation. They need Robert Gasser to be better than he was yesterday because it's an important stretch right after this. I mean, it's an important stretch really starting, with the series today with the Braves, and they've got 7 more against the Cubs. Gasser has to be better than he was yesterday, even though the Brewers got the win.
What's awesome about Murph is that for as much as a player's coach as he appears to be, and we think that he is, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He also does not suffer any fools when it comes to what's happening between the lines.
Well, he has an expectation. You have to meet that expectation. Now, some guys will get, Gasser hasn't built up the equity, say someone like Christian Yelich is, right? So Yeli's going to get a long leash and try to hit his way out of it because, well, the dude's a former league MVP. But, I think that when he's trying to set an expectation, he expects you to live up to that expectation. So that's why we've seen that a couple of times with some younger pitchers. Hey, this is the big leagues, man. We can't be messing around. We can't be doing this. We have to each and every day live up to the expectation that we set.
Meanwhile, tonight, let's get to it. Hold on. There's a button that I got to press here.
Technical difficulties.
Here it is.
And now, here's our expert Gabe Neitzel's prediction of everything that's going to happen and the exact score of the game.
Why don't you just tell me the score of the Packers
preseason
game?
I mean, it is. I'm branding this as a Super Bowl 32 rematch.
Oh,
Gabe.
yeah. Yes. 30 years in the making.
Time for revenge.
Look, the starters expected to play around 2 series tonight. Packers hoping to get, and it's a little bit, not much because it's only 2 series of LaFleur kind of, hey, let's get our starters some work in some of these preseason games. Now, next week, of course, when they're home, if you're going up to Lambeau Field, don't expect the starters to play because they've got the joint practice.
Right.
So they're hoping to get the starters' work done during that joint practice that they want to get done for that week. But I think, you want to see some signs of life. It's going to be a good test. If the Broncos are playing some of their guys, they can generate a good pass rush. Okay, offensive line's been a big conversation during training camp. How do you hold up? Can you give Jordan Love some time and get the ball to, Matthew Golden, Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, et cetera? So that's what I want to see from the offense tonight. I want to see how they look against a defense that was really good last year and how that offensive line holds up.
I'm watching Trace Mack again. I mean, that thin air, he's going to trot him out there for a 65-yarder. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately,
And
that's
it's
going to
all
be
good.
something we're all watching all season long.
If he misses, you say, well, it's 65 yards. If he hits,
oh my God. Boy. That was a big confidence boost to hit 258-yarders. Of course, one not counting last week, but hitting 258-yarders certainly boosting his confidence.
Good to see you, my friend. 6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Tracy Group Incorporated and Family Worship Center in Beloit partnered to transform nearly 5 acres of church-owned land into a 15-home subdivision. The project would provide housing for veterans, police officers, firefighters, and teachers. An out-of-state buyer purchases the assets of Press Hard Seltzer Company for $825,000 in a going concern auction. Go For It Beverage LLC won the auction as part of a receivership case filed in Milwaukee County Circuit Court. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission sues a Kenosha car dealership, alleging that it retaliated against black employees for reporting racial harassment. The EEOC filed its suit against Roar Kenosha Motors Incorporated, which does business as Kenosha Nissan. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Hey, it's the weekend. Take your family and guests to the Fox and Hounds, the up north, timbered, beautiful supper club near Holy Hill. John Mercure here. I love the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you can eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, the honey glazed salmon, the shrimp and scallop stir fry, surf and turf, your favorite steak or pasta, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Relax with a cocktail on that patio in the woods. The views are incredible. Then dinner in one of the 8 dining rooms. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. I highly recommend the award-winning Sunday all you care to eat brunch. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a must-see. Tables are open. Google, call, reserve. Enjoy a free world-class dinner this weekend at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early at the Fox and Hounds.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale.
The Titans of a National League collide in Milwaukee. Brewers, Braves, showtime.
High fly, right center. It is up. It is back. It is gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 2:35.
Mara, fly ball to deep left. Back it goes. It is up and gone.
Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Friday, August 21st. Our top story, eyes on the sky for later today.
I'm Eric Bilstead. A gas station clerk held at gunpoint and zip-tied.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Westbound 94, just a little bit backed up between Mitchell Boulevard and Hawley Road. Eastbound is slowing down a little from about 76th Street to 68th. Northbound 894 and southbound both looking all clear right now. As a matter of fact, all the way around the block. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance of a few showers this morning. A couple specks on the radar to keep an eye on. The action could be this afternoon. Get you more on that in a moment. Today's high 78 degrees. With low 64 tonight. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, threat for severe weather later today increasing across southeast Wisconsin. Now, most of the region now under a level 2, slight risk for severe storms. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson.
The strongest of those storms capable of damaging winds, hail, and we cannot rule out an isolated tornado.
Any showers and storms this morning not expected to be severe. Your full 5-day forecast coming up at 7:10.
A suspect is at large this morning after an armed robbery at a gas station in Waukesha.
The suspect walked into the 24-hour speedway near Summit and Delafield early Wednesday with a handgun and demanded money from the lone clerk working the night shift. The clerk was then forced into a back room and bound with zip ties. A customer who walked in after is credited with alerting authorities to the situation.
He found the person that was tied up and held at gunpoint in the back room, still tied up.
The clerk was not hurt during the incident. The suspect made off with an unknown amount of money from the store and is still at large. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Big fire at West Allis new public works facility could cause a major setback. The roughly 200,000 square foot building has been years in the making. The city now waiting to see how much damage the fire ultimately caused on Thursday. The mayor there is Dan Devine.
So we really don't know how long that delay will be until they get in there. Ideally, they were going to open it up in fall. It was hopefully late summer, but there have been some hiccups like any large project like this along the way that, bogged it down a little bit.
Now, all the construction workers on the site made it out safely. Cause of the fire under investigation.
A Universities of Wisconsin budget request to freeze tuition is moving forward now. Regents voted unanimously on a proposal that asks for $190 million from the state to hold tuition rates for 2 years. The full budget request totals $730 million and now heads to the state lawmakers where final decisions will be made next year.
Federal agents confiscated electronic devices belonging to former Congressman Eric Swalwell following a pair of searches This is part of an ongoing investigation.
Court documents show that agents seized Swalwell's iPhone charger, MacBook at the San Francisco airport on Saturday. Then on Sunday, federal agents searched his home in Washington, where sources tell us that they took another phone. And the FBI action is tied to allegations from multiple women accusing Swalwell of misconduct ranging from sexual assault to unsolicited explicit images. Swalwell denies these allegations and no federal criminal charges have been announced.
That's News Nation's Mills Hayes. The allegations led Swalwell to resign from his House seat and suspend his campaign for governor in California.
Coming up, they'll be racing the streets of the nation's capital this weekend.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:04.
So he said to me, boy, oh boy, do you got the boulders. And I said, you betcha. And he said, do you mind if I cherry pick? And I said, feel free. They're all beautiful and they're all granite. Sparkling pinks, blues, and grays from 4 to 36 inches. And they're all priced right. Because we buy direct from the source nationwide to give you the look you want. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Well, if you need flagstone for your new natural patio, Erickson's is the place to find it. We have the largest selection and 15 styles to choose from. And for decorative stone, Erickson's is your best choice. Our decorative stone is trucked in from all over the country. We buy straight from the quarry and cut out the middleman to keep your prices nice and low. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Attention travelers! The Fox World Travel Vacation Showcase is coming to Oshkosh on Saturday, September 12th. Meet over 20 top vendors, including major cruise lines, tour companies, hotels, and WTMJ's own Steve Scafidi. Attend expert travel presentations, unlock exclusive booking offers, and enter to win amazing prizes. Registration is required to attend this premium event, and space is limited. Secure your spot today. Visit foxworldtravel.com to register right now.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
Gruber Law Office. One call, that's all.
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 Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
One call, that's all.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
Brewers manager Pat Murphy pulled his starter in the middle of an at-bat. Sports at 7:15.
3 people are in custody after 2 separate multi-state car chases injured 2 Kenosha County Sheriff's deputies.
2 pickup trucks fled from a Walmart in Summers Wednesday after one rammed into a squad car. The first truck crashed into another vehicle, injuring 3. The second was stopped past the Illinois border before the driver hid in a nearby cornfield and was caught. Deputies arrested Sable Russell as well as Cody and Ace Frank. One deputy was treated for fentanyl exposure. All 3 suspects had warrants out for their arrests in multiple states. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Decision: Wisconsin, a Republican candidate for state Senate, won a legal challenge that sought to remove her from the November ballot.
A Dane County judge denied a temporary injunction, asking a judge to declare Michelle Magadan Skinner ineligible to run. The lawsuit filed by the State Senate Democratic Committee argued that Skinner is primarily a resident of Georgia and has improperly voted in both states. Skinner is an Eau Claire County supervisor running against incumbent Democratic State Senator Jeff Smith in the 31st District in western Wisconsin. She will remain on the November ballot. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Political races will take a backseat to an auto race in the nation's capital this weekend.
The sounds of IndyCar are coming to the National Mall. 147 laps, 250 miles, and speeds approaching 180 miles an hour through the heart of Washington. It will send drivers past some of Washington's most recognizable landmarks. And for the drivers, a brand new street course means plenty of unknowns. The White House has made the event a centerpiece of the country's 250th birthday celebration.
News Nation's Rashad Hudson there. Before the race, the presidential motorcade is expected to take a lap around the track.
7:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock-solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Time saver traffic at 7:10. Deb?
Still looking great out on the roads. Eastbound 94, just a little bit tight from 70th Street past 68th. Westbound, whatever we had westbound through the stadium is eased up, so it's looking good there. Just a broken down vehicle on the off-ramp to North Avenue from southbound 41. Other than that, we are looking really good so far this morning. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We're on the lookout for a few remnant showers to arrive into southeastern Wisconsin during the late morning and early afternoon. And then more likely, we'll see another round of showers and storms, some of which could be strong to severe late afternoon and into the evening hours. Highs today topping out in the upper 70s. Storms come to an end after 10 o'clock tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. A slight chance for a pop-up shower or storm along the lake breeze on our Saturday, otherwise mostly sunny with a high temperature of 78.
Milwaukee's at 64.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Eric Bilstad.
Big day today for thousands of American troops who haven't seen land since last year.
Happening today.
The USS Lincoln is on its way home. That's sound from the boat right now as all the sailors are singing.
Well, they might well be singing.
Here they come.
The USS Abraham Lincoln is heading home from the Middle East after 9 months at sea after complaints of poor living conditions and declining mental health. As the Lincoln makes the journey back to San Diego, another aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has taken its place in support of U.S. operations against Iran.
So the Marines are expected to get back in about 4 or 5 weeks. So that was ABC's Sophie Flay there. So eventually they'll get home. It's going to be a minute. There they are singing still. There are 5,000 sailors on board, and this is the boat that's struggled with food conditions, no toothpaste. We heard all kinds of different reports as to what the
supply issues,
the troops weren't having. They haven't
issues.
haven't been on ground since last November. Now it's going to take several weeks to get home. This isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take 4 or 5 weeks. And can you imagine being on the service cleaning detail when that boat arrives? Who has to go in there and clean that thing out and walk inside that? Can you imagine the smell of that ship?
Yeah, that's going to be in dry dock for a while. Maybe lift that thing out of the water even.
Meanwhile, great news for them as they are churning their way home back to San Diego for another 3 to 4 week trip, but then they're back on land.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burghardt Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find, with an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service, you can't beat Burghardt.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. You know, they use the highest quality American-made materials for their awnings, and they are the leading shade and wind resistance solution for your outdoor space. Now, a couple years ago, Comfort Awnings did install a motorized awning over my patio, and honestly, I'm loving it. It's like another living room, but it's like nature's living room. We've got plenty of room for the Casa de Lazaga cookouts and the fire pit and everything else, and nobody has to worry about rain. Nobody has to worry about the sun beating down on them. And with summer here, you don't have to worry about it either. Don't wait to get your awning installed. Enjoy our beautiful Wisconsin summer no matter the weather. Extend the motorized awning when that sun gets too hot or even when it rains. Right now, get $200 off your awning or screen. Call 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com today.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this, and Summit Credit Union's got you.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers start a big series with the first-place Atlanta Braves this afternoon at American Family Field, and it will be a dandy after taking that series from the Mariners. Joey O stays hot.
Ground ball right side, base hit, he delivers. Scoring Sanchez. Throw goes to third. Yelich is safe there. It's a 3-run first inning so far, and the Brewers ain't done yet.
No, they would play 6 in that first inning, but starter Robert Gasser would struggle with his command, kept walking guys, and it got to a point where, as the runs started piling up, Pat Murphy wasn't going to allow it to continue during the at-bat.
Top of the 4th inning, a 6-3 Brewers lead, and Pat Murphy's out. He is going to lift Robert Gasser from this game in the middle of the at-bat. Oof. He has made the call to the bullpen, and Chad Patrick's going to come into this game.
Afterward, Murphy would admit he was getting a little frustrated with Gasser.
I wanted to take him out because I was kind of hot. It was a little too emotional right there. Got us 11 outs, but he had 5 free bases, and it looked like we were going to have another one.
Gasser would be ultimately responsible for 4 runs. The rest of the bullpen pretty much nails as they win 7-4. Up next, of course, the Braves, and look who do we have on the mound?
The Miz.
Yes, it's a Miz Day, everybody. Got Jacob Mizorowski versus Cy Young Award winner Chris Sale. So this should be a really good game. And don't forget, we have day baseball again today because of the unique schedule. So they got a 3:10 start today, 1:10 start tomorrow, and then they fly to the Little League Classic for Sunday night. So 3:10 today, right here on WDTMJ Radio.
Tonight, a Super Bowl 32 rematch. You like that?
I do.
Yeah,
That's sexy. That works. Yeah.
Trying to hype that preseason game. Packers and Broncos tonight in Denver. And while the score doesn't really matter much, there is plenty riding on the player performances we'll see from the green and gold tonight.
So obviously, the starters did a hell of a job. We, made it pretty quick, 3 and out first drive. But I think the guys, the backup guys had to do a better job of, just being aware of, what they're supposed to do on certain plays.
That's Packers safety Xavier McKinney, and I love his take, his leadership there, saying, yeah, we were good. Frontline guys were good. Seconds and thirds, not so much. But we as veterans, we need to help them be better. That's on us, too. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur said jobs are on the line tonight.
There's a good handful of guys that are locks, and then that's something that obviously communicate with Goody on when we're making those decisions. But there's still, a handful of spots certainly up for grabs.
Yeah, now remember, the NFL no longer has these staggered cutdowns. It used to be your roster has to be down to this by this date, and down to that, whatever. So LaFleur and General Manager Brian Gutekunst will have another 9 days after tonight to make all of those decisions on who ultimately makes the team. The game tonight is in Denver. Channel 4 has it on TV. Kickoff at 8 o'clock.
Happening today.
Saw a couple of the team buses coming into downtown today.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah, Marquette, Wisconsin, and 8 other college volleyball teams take over Fiserv Forum this weekend. Avca American Volleyball Coaches Association. First serve event. All of the Final Four teams for the 2025 season are participating. Badgers play Louisville tomorrow, and they've got Kentucky tonight. We'll have that game for you on the air with our coverage beginning at 7:30 here on WTMJ. Badger Sports Updates brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to start looking at every space in your house differently. Vince Vitrano for my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. We worked together on a project that transformed the front entryway of our home. It used to be an eyesore, the closet, and the whole space really is now attractive. It's efficient. It's functional. It makes me happy every time I walk by. The opposite of how I used to feel. Always thinking, we got to do something about that. But when you do a project with Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets, you'll start to feel the same way about transforming a pantry, basement area, garage, bedroom, closet that you'll enjoy more than ever before. And then what happens next is you start looking around and say, ooh, I see a project here, and we could do something there, and maybe something over here, because they all look and function so well. Get started now. Tell them Vinny sent you. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we know you do things your way. So why shop the same retail giants as everyone else when we have the products you need and trust at unbeatable prices? Right now, save $20 on a DeWalt adjustable stool with casters, 15% off assorted Hillman hardware, and select bags of AgriMaster poultry feed, just $15.99. Plus, Chick Days start Friday, August 28th with a variety of egg layers and meat birds. Find value for the work you do every day at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
What do you have going on the rest of your Wisconsin summer and fall? WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you still got some time available and don't have your plans solidified, let us help you on Experience Wisconsin. It's Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ. We explore different regions, people, activities, help get you all set. On this week's show, it is Whitewater, it is Rhinelander. Lots of cool stuff going on. Join us for Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Brave Americans who served shouldn't be denied benefits or have a disability claim incorrectly evaluated by the VA. If you're one of those vets, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Let's get an update on the roads here at 721, Debbie.
Alrighty then. Well, I mean, there's not much to say other than the fact that it's looking really good. Westbound 94 is cleared up nicely. We got eastbound, maybe a quick brake check between 70th Street and Hawley Road. But the rest of the system is looking great. I'm not really seeing any other incidents or slowdowns. Happy Friday. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. We got afternoon baseball at American Family Field tonight. Or, sorry, this afternoon.
Yeah, day baseball.
What is it, 3:15, right?
3:10-ish.
3:10-ish. Head out early. Chance for morning showers. And then this afternoon, some strong storms are possible with a high of 78 degrees. Low down to 64 tonight with storms coming to an end. Take it through the weekend here. Slight chance of a pop-up shower or storm on Saturday. Otherwise, mostly sunny, high 78. And Sunday, cooler, less humid, high of 74. Milwaukee's at 64.
Seeing a little bit of backlash. Not sure I agree with it, but there has been some pushback to one of our favorite Wisconsin beers.
There's a reason we believe things are better outside. This is it, the North Woods, where we've set up camp since 1867.
Our great-great-grandfather, Jacob Leinenkugel, founded his brewery here in Chippewa Falls for its fine barley, hops, and waters of the Big Eddy Spring.
Yes, Liney's.
Chippewa Falls.
Yep. Who's looking for a Liney's right about? Oh, not right now, but later today, maybe on a Friday, right? Anyone would be interested in that,
it's
perhaps?
early yet, but...
Well, so Liney's was in the news this week because word of a new beer that's been unveiled, and it's a partnership with a well-known entity that many of us here don't care for. Well, okay, that's one way you could say. But no, I'm talking about the Vikings, the Minnesota Vikings. It's called Victor's Voyage. It's a new beer that they have created in partnership with the Vikings. It's an American Amber Red Ale. And it's sold now, and it's got like a little purple packaging to it, and it's got the little ship of the Vikings on there, and then it has the Vikings logo, and it's an ale that you can buy if you're a Vikings fan that likes Liney's.
The comp locally would be, we've got Barrelman Ale at the ballpark at AmFam.
Yes. So they got Barrelman here, they got Legend Ale for the Packers. They have one for Yelich. So this is something that believe it or not, beer companies do.
Okay, right.
But there has been some pushback. So we posted, if you do not know, on all the socials and all that stuff, Greg oftentimes will grab chunks of the show and put it online for folks to see that way, right? Because you have customers that consume the product a million different ways. So we have some stories that get posted on Instagram and on YouTube and all that stuff. So you can find pieces of the show and some of the stories that we're talking about. And one of the ones that he put up yesterday was on Leinenkugel's, and holy cow, some reaction.
Few people had some reactions
to Victor's Voyage. Now, some of them are funny. Some of them are funny. So you want to hear some of the good ones, some of the comments? And these are social media that I've just found anywhere online. Something else for Vikings fans to choke on. Okay. This new beer pairs beautifully with an empty trophy case. Okay, yep, that's a good one to give you that one. Here's another one. It tastes how losing 4 Super Bowls tastes. Okay, yep.
Solid.
So there's a bunch of those. But then there are people who are really bent out of shape.
They're mad
about this.
They're mad at Leinenkugel's?
Yes. Which, to me, it's just like isn't that like getting upset at Nike for also like selling apparel that has Viking stuff on it?
No, Nike's an international brand. Leinenkugel's is ours. So I get that. It's a Wisconsin, well, is it a Wisconsin company? I mean, it was a Wisconsin brewery initially.
Still
but
a
then
Wisconsin family.
Sure.
One of the
but
most
then it got sold and bought and sold and bought, and it's a part of a large conglomerate. So to the degree that any brewery, right, is Wisconsin. But it's we claim ownership to it. So it's ours. Right?
I'm done drinking Trader Kugels.
Okay. Look, if you like the beer, drink the beer.
Right. Don't let this be the thing, right?
Listen, I'm for exports. It would bother me more if Budweiser were making Packers beer. That would bother me. Then I'd look at the Packers and say, why'd you partner with them? Do we have, right? If Minnesota wants to export our beer for their team, go ahead.
Well, didn't that happen once? Didn't we have wasn't Bud Light dominating some of our local venues?
Yeah, there is some of that. I tell you, again, I'm not going to not go to the state fair, but I do look crooked at the Budweiser stage.
It's been there a long time.
I know,
it's not
right?
a new pavilion.
And it was like, I mean, I guess if they want to spend the money, but that's an import. Right? I feel like, or folks would be surprised to learn that the dairy that supplies the cream for the cream puffs is based in Illinois. Now, they will say, yes, but we contract with dairies all over Wisconsin, and fine, if you want to get bent out of shape over. My thing is, those are imports. If we want to export our stuff, we should be happy with that.
Right. Okay, so you're saying because we're branching out.
Right.
This
yes,
is
that's good
success.
for us.
Okay, all right. Well, either way, the fans aren't all happy about it.
I just also like the idea that it's potentially a terrible beer. They've deliberately brewed this awful swill that we're sending over the border. Right? We thought it was good.
Why does it taste like dirt?
Keep drinking it.
Pure gasoline.
Oh, don't you know? News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down about 1.25% to 52,759. The NASDAQ was off 1% at 26,067, and the S&P 500 closed at 7641. That was down 67 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes. to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field. It's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. After 9 long months at sea, the USS Abraham Lincoln is now heading home. The deployment was only supposed to be between 6 and 7 months, but that mission was extended as the war with Iran went on. Severe weather in the Northeast with reports of waterspouts and possible tornadoes on Long Island, New York. Another law enforcement officer fired after checking up on someone using an automated license plate reader.
This is Jim Ryan. That misuse of flock camera data might have gone unnoticed, except that a watchdog group opposed to the technology picked it up. After firing Deputy Rome, Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joe Lapinto has gone to Flock to ask,
what can we put into their program to make it better for us to be able to see this in the future?
He acknowledges that incidents like this one shake public confidence in the technology.
A 35-year-old woman under arrest, plotting to attack the New York State Capitol building in Albany. FBI agents say she had pledged allegiance to ISIS. This is ABC News.
We have one issue to deal with right now. Westbound 94, just past Highway F in Waukesha County. The left shoulder is blocked. We got a vehicle fire. It might have been just an overheat, but we've got crews on the other side of the wall and also everybody outside of their car. So please be extra careful heading past that. Delays-wise, we've got backups just a little bit right through the stadium and then on the westbound side of 94 to Mitchell Boulevard, and then backups from 76th Street to about 68th on eastbound 94. Also northbound 41, a little bit backed up right past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, a chance of showers this morning. By the afternoon hours, some potentially strong storms and a high of 78 degrees. Low down to 64 tonight with storms coming to an end. We're at 64 right now, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, check your refrigerator. We got a couple of brands of alfalfa sprouts being linked to illnesses across the state.
The Wisconsin Department of Health Services confirmed 17 cases of E. coli and Salmonella came from the Everything Sprouts and Calco brands, which has led to 1 hospitalization. DHS says if you have these sprouts in the home, throw them away immediately. If you have eaten them, monitor for Salmonella symptoms, which usually begin 6 hours to 6 days after eating contaminated materials. Wisconsin sees around 1,000 Salmonella cases each year. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Car dealership in Kenosha is facing a racial harassment lawsuit.
Management at Kenosha Nissan are accused of threatening several black employees who reported racial harassment in 2024. The lawsuit filed by the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission says one manager warned employees that they would, quote, make their lives a living hell, and another compared a black employee to an animal. Several employees resigned out of fear of being fired, and the lawsuit says one employee was fired for reporting the harassment. The lawsuit is seeking back pay and punitive damages for the workers. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Another round of overnight work will squeeze eastbound traffic on I-94.
Tonight, crews have work to do, and it's not just the construction of the big project. Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the crews have repair work on the schedule.
This Friday night, we do have an overnight closure on 94 eastbound schedule. That's to do some beam guard repair over by General Mitchell Boulevard, as well as doing some pothole work just on some of the existing pavement that we have out there that are in the live lanes of traffic.
But don't worry, as per their agreement, the closure won't happen until an hour after the Brewers game. Debbie Lozica, WTMJ News.
Got baseball this afternoon. We have football tonight. Preps and professional. Packers quarterback Jordan Love expected to be under center tonight when the Packers face the Broncos in preseason game number 2.
Expect to see third-year running back Marshawn Lloyd behind Love in the Packers' backfield.
He's doing a great job with his opportunities. I think he's got a chance to help us this year.
In his third season, Lloyd is finally injury-free and looking to impress General Manager Brian Gutekunst.
It's really, really tough on these guys when they're out. And none of them want to be there. They want to be out there on the field competing with their teammates because they love the game. And so when they finally get that chance to get back out there and things start going well, it's neat to see.
Lloyd has played just one NFL game in his first 2 seasons in the league. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
8 o'clock start time tonight for that Packers-Broncos game. Now, they will play a home preseason game. Don't worry. Their one and only game at Lambeau preseason is against the Cardinals next week.
News is sponsored by J&J Contractors for all your interior and exterior home improvement services.
Imagine waking up to the updated kitchen or bathroom of your dreams. J&J Contractors is your preferred partner in all your home renovation needs. They can transform your kitchen with beautiful new floors, custom cabinetry, and more. Dreaming of a spa-like oasis with custom tile work and fixtures? J&J Contractors will design a bathroom that leaves you feeling relaxed and rejuvenated. For your free consultation, just search online, J&J Contractors, or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale. Ken Michaels Furniture, where you can enjoy unprecedented saving on better quality furniture and mattresses during their factory-sponsored Labor Day sale. Stop in today and save.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi.
And Kristen Bry of Point Taken.
What's more important than having a special needs child turning 18 who needs guardianship?
Or helping aging parents plan for long-term care.
Thankfully, the attorneys at Walney Legal Group can help with both.
No intimidating lawyers, Walney Legal provides a customized, friendly experience to help make these processes as straightforward and streamlined as possible.
So whether you're planning for aging parents
or establishing a strong legal foundation for a special needs child, visit WALNYlegal.com.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jurnavix.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:37.
The marquee pitching matchup on the mound today at American Family Field, 7:45. We'll do the sports. They found that mask guy.
Oh, they did? The Philly guy?
They didn't find him, but they know who he is. Maybe you followed this story. The guy seen on surveillance video through the week in Philadelphia, chasing people around. He's wearing a creepy doll mask. He wears it even into stores and whatever. But more seriously, he's been harassing people, threatening them. He's never actually done anything. He hasn't hurt anyone. But he's freaked a lot of people out, and they've now identified who he is.
Authorities in Philadelphia are asking the public to help them find the masked man terrorizing people across the city, now identifying him as 22-year-old Zymir Hughes.
If Zymir Hughes was trying to scare people, make them run, who's scared now? Who's running now?
They say he harassed 15 to 16 people on city streets.
You think it's funny to scare people? well, get ready to get scared by us.
Officials say Hughes travels for work and could be on the West Coast.
That was the district attorney there in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner.
Flexing a bit there.
Yeah. Well, they can't find the guy. I read somewhere they believe he could be, you heard it indicated in the report that he's traveling,
right?
Possibly, and he does that for work. But at least they know who it is, and it's probably a matter of time.
Only a matter of time.
The interesting question is, what sort of charges ultimately does he face? Because, like I said, most often he hasn't actually done anything except be a creep. So, if you don't lay hands on someone, that doesn't mean you haven't still done something that's disorderly.
Is it anything with any teeth?
Yes. So we'll see, but they've got him in a lot of situations like that. They are on the lookout for this 22-year-old. 7:39 on Wisconsin's Morning News. News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
Match Play Events Club Championship. Take your golf game to the next level. Vince Vitrano for Racine Country Club. You love to golf. You want to do a lot more of it, and you want to elevate your game. Join us at Racine Country Club. Competing in sports does not have to be something that you used to do in high school. You can feel the fun and energy of competing again. Playing competitive golf with and amongst your friends gives you a little something to shoot for, to target as you're working on your game. Our golf professional staff is fantastic. It's Matt and Garrett there and their team. They'll offer lessons as well to help you grow, to strive to reach your goals. Men, women, juniors, if you've never picked up a golf club, you can learn this game out at RCC. Competitions and events for every level of golfer. And if golf's not your thing, lots to do. The pool is still hopping here into these late summer months. Pickleball courts, tennis courts, grill or dining room. Our chefs are fantastic. A lot of great weather still ahead. So join us now, RacineCountryClub.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Check it on the roads here with Debbie.
Yeah, we are seeing the problem on westbound 94 right past Highway F in Waukesha County. They do have the left lane blocked because of a vehicle fire. Now we've got crews on the scene. We got the trucks out there and all that stuff. So you're going to need to try and get your way around that. Again, this is on the westbound side. We are seeing backups from Barker all the way to that point, so keep that in mind. On the eastbound side, slowing down from that point all the way to about Springdale Road. Also, more delays then from 76th Street all the way to Hawley Road, and again coming out of the stadium. Now, the westbound side, also seeing backups through the stadium interchange to about Mitchell Boulevard. A little bit of a slowing northbound 41 right past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We're on the lookout for a few remnant showers to arrive into southeastern Wisconsin during the late morning and early afternoon. And then more likely, we'll see another round of showers and storms, some of which could be strong to severe late afternoon and into the evening hours. Highs today topping out in the upper 70s. Storms come to an end after 10 o'clock tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with lows in the mid-60s. A slight chance for a pop-up shower or storm along the lake breeze on our Saturday, otherwise mostly sunny with a high temperature of 78.
Milwaukee's at 64. 7:43 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Got this plane down in Alaska. Everyone on board was killed.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Today, National Transportation Safety Board will lead the investigation. They'll get an assist from the FAA. That's pretty standard.
An Air Force officer involved in the search calls it a devastating loss.
ABC's Faith Abube. The plane went down Thursday afternoon.
And we now know all 8 people on board were killed. The military says it was a civilian contracted aircraft. The names of the passengers and 2 pilots have not yet been released.
The plane was chartered by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which confirms 2 of its employees are among the dead. The flight was apparently close to its destination when it went down.
A federal official says the charter plane went down Thursday afternoon near a remote radar site in western Alaska. The plane from a company called Security Aviation had taken off from Anchorage.
Now, they did immediately send up search and rescue crews, which sadly later confirmed there were no survivors. I checked out the plane a bit. It's a Cessna 441 twin-engine turboprop. Don't have any indication at this point whether there was something mechanical with the plane. I mean, nothing to suggest why.
Weather was fine.
The plane went down. As far as we know, right, weather did not appear to be a factor initially. So that part of the investigation is still forthcoming.
An Air Force officer involved in the search calls it a devastating loss.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for QC Kinetics. You suffer from joint pain, and you're told the only way to solve the problem is surgery. The idea of going under a knife keeps you up at night just as much as that bad back does. Well, there may be another way. QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis or a torn meniscus or years of wear and tear, regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics gives you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. That's why it makes sense to explore every option before you make that decision that'll change your life. Don't just accept surgery as your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and learn your options about regenerative treatments. The conversation and the consultation, totally free. QC Kinetics. Call 414-667-5559. Again, that's 414-667-5559. Learn your options from QC Kinetics. 414-667-5559.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Going to be a dandy of a ball game this afternoon at American Family Field. The first place Brewers host the first place Atlanta Braves, and look who's on the mound.
The Miz.
Not only The Miz, but also Chris Sale, who's won himself a Cy Young Award, by the way. So Sale and Miz go at it this afternoon at the ball yard. Now, don't forget, 3:10 first pitch today. Why is that? Well, they got the 3:10 today. They got the 1:10 start tomorrow. Looks like they're doing that to kind of help them out, because then they're flying to New York and then getting themselves to Williamsport for the Little League Classic, which is the Brewers' home game as they play the Braves Sunday night. So that'll be the national game. That'll be cool. It'll be cool to see that. So anyway, today, it's The Miz against Sale. It comes after a 7-4 win for the Crew over the Mariners Thursday afternoon, winning that series. So the Brewers put up 6 runs in the first inning and held on. The issue was Robert Gasser, who really struggled with his command, walked a bunch of guys, gave up 4 runs in 3 2/3 innings.
You see 6 go up in the first, you kind of start licking your chops as a starter. You want to go as long as you can, take the bullpen. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to do that today.
Yeah, I wasn't able to do it. Here's what's interesting about it. So Murph took him out mid-batter. Second time he's done that recently. He did that to Sproat, too. He was getting tired of it. All the walks, they'd end up winning 7-4, but hey, let's not make this so close. Murphy said after the game, listen to this. He says the bar is being raised, and his pitchers need to know that they have to be better, or they're not going to see the bump.
These guys understanding that and understanding that's not going to happen to me because I can make pitches. And maybe I'm not 97, maybe I'm 95, maybe I'm 94, but I can throw it over a gnat's ass. You know what I mean? Gnats are pretty small. If you can do that, you got a chance to help, whether it's 94
Yep, got it, Murph.
97.
Yep, you know what you mean.
I like how he threw it. Gnats are pretty small. Yeah, they are.
It's true. It's
Confirmed,
true.
Skipper.
Great point, though. We got the game this afternoon, 3:10 first pitch right here on WTMJ Radio.
What's the quota on number of times we can use the S word?
In one sportscast?
Well, I'm going to use it again.
One?
Packers play tonight in Denver. The mile-high city with the thin air could give new guy kicker Trey Smack a chance to show something special.
I don't care if it's a 35-yard. I don't care if it's a 50-yarder. Just make the field goal. Be all right.
It's Packers safety, veteran Xavier McKinney. Now, why is he talking about the kicking game? Who asked him, and why would you ask him about the kicking game? Well, it's because Trey Smack's locker is right next to his. Head coach Matt LaFleur is deliberate in his locker room assignments. He wants different position players to be amongst each other. He wants young guys and veterans. He wants to mix it up.
I like that.
Yeah, and this is a case in point of why you do that. McKinney says, asked or not, he's all up in Smack's business.
Hey man, I tell him I'm on his ass every day, and I tell him, hey, you got a big responsibility, and we need you. And he did his thing this first preseason game, so I was happy for him. We were all happy for him. And it's going to be good to kind of keep seeing him be able to elevate his game and keep knocking down those kicks that we're going to need.
Now, for his part, Smack was asked about it as well. He said, hey, X says he's all... Yeah, he says, X is on me. He's all over me like white on rice. I think this could be a pair of fun teammates to watch going into the season.
Welcome to the NFL, Trey Smack. Nice.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Shopping for new windows and doors should never include haggling. Pella sticks to straightforward pricing, honest conversations, helping homeowners find the right fit for their home, and they never use high-pressure sales tactics. When you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, the same team that manufactures your windows and doors also sells, installs, and services them. Real pricing, premium quality, and no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Time saver traffic here at 7:51. Deb?
Still dealing with a little bit of an issue in Waukesha County. Westbound 94, just before Highway F. We've got left shoulder block now with a vehicle fire. It did have the left lane blocked because of the fire crews on the scene. They are gone. What's left is the car, a squad, and a tow truck. So hopefully that'll be out of there pretty soon. Eastbound, you're seeing delays from Highway 16 all the way to Springdale Road. On the westbound side, that's backed up pretty heftily from Calhoun, before Calhoun, all the way to the scene of that problem. On the eastbound further, right around the 76th Street area, you'll start to hit the brakes all the way to 68th and through the stadium interchange to 35th. Westbound slow from 35th to Hawley Road. A little bit more of a backup on northbound 41 now from Capitol Drive all the way up past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Got some rain rolling through this morning to the north. Some of that is pretty hefty there, right around the Sheboygan into the north of Sheboygan and Fond du Lac at the moment. We're going to see strong storms later on today, this afternoon as well, a high of 78. Tonight, the storms will end partly cloudy, a low of 64. Saturday, chance for a pop-up shower, otherwise sunny, 78. Sunday, much cooler, less humid, a high of 74. Your forecast, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes, redeeming an industry, and tune into today's Brewers pregame show this afternoon for the Big Fish Roof Update.
Idea Man.
I just wonder, could we ever do what Augusta does?
and has the no cell phone policy, so everybody is laser focused.
Innovative.
Would that ever work at a Packer game where you had a throwback to the 80s or 90s? No cell phone.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
The answer would be no, because you're not going to get your butt into the stadium if you don't have your cell phone, because that's how you get, to get into the game.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tausch, I don't know if you caught the back end of the sportscast there, but was talking about Packers veteran safety Xavier McKinney riding herd on Trey Smack. Why does the kicker have a locker that's next to a cornerback, a safety? Either way, I think we've talked about this before. Matt LaFleur has tried something where he's got guys all mixed up. I imagine the conventional wisdom is you put the linemen together because they do the same thing and they can collaborate. But LaFleur sees it differently, and I think this is a great case of how that can work.
No doubt. And, yeah, I did hear that, and I think it's first off, I think from Trey Smack's standpoint, it's got to be really cool. You have a veteran leader that's kind of taking you under your wing, riding you a little bit, and trying to, he obviously understands the importance of a kicker in your locker room that can make kicks and help you win. That's the number one goal. But I'm kind of torn on that because, as you know, when I played, it was the linemen all got shoved down in one area of the locker room, probably because we are, people always say you're like a herd of cattle, right? You go eat together, you probably stay the whole deal. You can just put everything. It's like an at's ass, right? And I also love
Very
that.
similar.
I am going to try and get that into every appearance we have for a while because I thought that was great. But I think it's good to have a different perspective and get a better understanding of your teammates. You're going to learn a lot. Just like if you go on vacation with somebody for 5 days, you learn a lot about who those folks are. You're going to learn a lot about who your locker mate is next to you. How, their hygiene habits. You learn everything and more than you ever even want to know. And I do think there's a value in getting a better understanding of all of your teammates rather than it just be because from O-line or if you're a corner or whatever, you spend so much time in meeting rooms discussing, talking. It's nice to kind of have a little bit of a buffer. So while I love the collaborative process and especially, game days where you're sitting there and you could say, hey, I just want to go over this again. You can walk down there and do it. I like Matt LaFleur's approach on it. I think it makes a ton of sense.
So we got preseason game number 2 tonight, Brewers and Broncos from Denver. It's preseason, but we really do need to fire this off.
And now, here's our expert Mark Tauscher's prediction of everything that's going to happen and the exact score of the game.
Why don't you just tell me the score of the Packers
preseason
game?
Thought you'd like that.
Well done,
Pancake.
Good
job, Pancake.
It's really well done. Yeah, I just hope everybody has fun and nobody gets hurt.
There you go.
That's going to be my prediction. I think it sounds as if, in listening to Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love over the course of the week, it sounds like everybody's going to play a little bit. The thing last week going into it was Trey Smack. I wanted to see his confidence build. That happened. That was a plus. I really am just looking for that first offensive line to start kind of getting its teeth and understanding who those 5 guys are going to be and how they're going to line them up. Because now Aaron Banks is back at practice. It feels like he got prodded a little bit with putting in Burton and trying to get him moving. I want to start seeing what are we going to be looking at because, we're 2 weeks away, 2 and some change from that Notre Dame, Wisconsin game. It's about 3 weeks yet for the Packers. I want to start seeing some things figured out. I don't care about the score. I don't care what happens. We got smoked. None of that is relevant, in my opinion. It's about the guys that are going to be on the team. Do we start figuring out and solving some of the question marks that we have in these preseason games? Because I don't think these guys, Jordan and a lot of these guys are going to play in the next preseason game. So really want to get them to have positive vibes, feeling good about what they're doing. And if they can get 2 drives and score, I think you look, and everybody comes out of there healthy. I think you look at tonight's game as a success.
And Trey Smack hits a 60-yarder. It is Denver.
Well, like you said, in that light air, I think we got to get 65. I think we need to push the envelope.
Roll them out there. Thanks, Tausch. Have a great weekend.
Good one.
See you guys.
7:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Tracy Group Incorporated and Family Worship Center in Beloit partnered to transform nearly 5 acres of church-owned land into a 15-home subdivision. The project would provide housing for veterans, police officers, firefighters, and teachers. An out-of-state buyer purchases the assets of Press Hard Seltzer Company for $825,000 in a going concern auction. Go For It Beverage LLC won the auction as part of a receivership case filed in Milwaukee County Circuit Court. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission sues a Kenosha car dealership, alleging that it retaliated against black employees for reporting racial harassment. The EEOC filed its suit against Roar Kenosha Motors Incorporated, which does business as Kenosha Nissan. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
MPS Families. School starts Tuesday, September 1st, and we're excited to serve you. If you haven't enrolled your child yet, now is the time. Milwaukee Public Schools offers free breakfast and lunch, the latest reading curriculum, and programs to fit every learner, including bilingual, language immersion, Montessori, special education, and more. Enroll today at mpsmke.com/enroll or visit us in person at 5225 West Valete Street, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't wait. Enroll today.
Wet basements and foundation problems? For over 20 years, Accurate has been the Fix-It Show's trusted experts in foundation repair and waterproofing. Whether it's cracked walls, drain tile issues, or water in your basement, they've got you covered. Don't wait until the problem gets worse. Call Accurate Basement Repair today at 414-744-6900 or visit AccurateBasementRepair.com. They're not just good, they're accurate.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Friday, August 21st. Our top story, a stormy Friday could be in store.
I'm Eric Bilstead. Prisoners make their case.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. We are all clear at Highway F and 94 in Waukesha County. Unfortunately, not the delays. We do have from the zoo to Highway 16 up to a 17-minute ride, an extra 7 onto your ride. We've got backups from before Moreland Road all the way out to Highway F. On the eastbound side, backups from Highway 16 all the way to Barker Road, and then more backups right through the stadium interchange to about 35th Street. Northbound 41, still a little bit tight from Capitol Drive up past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance for some showers this morning. By the afternoon hours, some strong storms are possible. More on that in a moment. High of 78 degrees, low down to 64 tonight with storms coming to an end. Right now, Milwaukee at 64. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, possibility of some strong storms later today. The Storm Prediction Center has upgraded most of southeast Wisconsin to now a slight risk for severe weather. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson.
Later this afternoon, more likely into the evening, given increasing dew points, some more instability, could see some reforming storms across southeastern Wisconsin. This would be the best opportunity for strong to severe storms. That is all out of here by 10 o'clock tonight.
Storms could bring damaging winds and hail with an isolated tornado possible.
A gas station in Waukesha, a worker there found zip-tied in the back room.
This drawer clerk was just
tied up and robbed at gunpoint about 10 minutes ago.
The employee was working alone on the night shift at the Speedway near Summit and Delafield early Wednesday when a man with a handgun came in and demanded money. Police tell WTMJ the suspect then forced the employee into the back room and restrained them with zip ties before fleeing the store. A customer who walked in after is credited with alerting authorities to the situation. The employee was not hurt during the exchange. The suspect is still on the run. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Dozen people serving prison time will make their cases for clemency today as the governor's commutation advisory board holds its first hearings. The 12 cases are among more than 800 applications submitted since Governor Tony Evers revived Wisconsin's commutation process this spring. 5 of the people being heard by the board today received life sentences for crimes committed as juveniles. Republican State Senator Van Wanggaard is criticizing the process, saying prosecutors involved in the cases largely oppose shortening the sentences. The governor's office telling WisPolitics the board only makes recommendations. Any decision to shorten a sentence ultimately rests with the governor. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The FBI has a woman in custody accused of planning an attack on the New York State Capitol building. Jessica Bowie allegedly pledged allegiance to ISIS and began planning the attack last month.
A federal complaint states that Bowie planned to escape to Syria, with the FBI claiming she discussed returning to the U.S. to attack again, allegedly saying to the informants, ideally it would be the White House with the president. On August 19th, she allegedly purchased a gun, ammunition, and was instructed how to load it by the FBI informants. Bowie was taken into custody on Wednesday, allegedly armed with that gun and a bomb that she did not know was fake.
ABC's Pierre Thomas. Investigators say she discussed plans with FBI informants and was spotted conducting what appeared to be surveillance of the area.
Thousands of American troops who spent months deployed at sea are on their way back home. ABC's Sophie Flay.
The USS Abraham Lincoln is heading home from the Middle East after 9 months at sea after complaints of poor living conditions and declining mental health. As the Lincoln makes the journey back to San Diego, another aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has taken its place in support of U.S. operations against Iran.
The Lincoln and its 5,000 sailors and Marines expected to arrive back home in 4 to 5 weeks.
President Trump heads to South Carolina today to give a final boost to Senator Darlene Graham in the Republican primary to replace her late brother.
The president's visit could prove pivotal in this race. He'll help Senator Graham deliver her final sales pitch to voters in South Carolina. But his visit to the Palmetto State is not without risk. According to a recent Civics poll, the president's approval rating is at 42% in ruby red South Carolina. Now, that moment from the debate has been all over social media. Graham's opponent, Ralph Norman, has seized on it, telling our colleague Kelly Beeson that Graham is running on legacy, backed by left-wing Democrats and so-called rhino Republicans. He is running on his record.
News Nation's Corey Smith.
News brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today.
Access Legal is now Pivot Work Injury Law, a new name that better reflects our sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. We have the same mission, the same team, and the same dedication to helping those hurt at work. Our team has handled thousands of cases, recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin's injured workers, and remains committed to fighting for the benefits you deserve. If work has taken a toll on your body or your quality of life, turn to the team you already know and trust. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com today.
Looking to build or remodel? Then the 80th MBA Parade of Homes is where your vision begins. Explore 17 extraordinary homes in 2 locations, Quietwood in Menominee Falls and the Snyder Farm in Oconomowoc. Each home showcases premium craftsmanship and design shaped for the way you want to live. Walk through spaces that spark ideas, elevate expectations, and inspire your next chapter. The parade runs August 15th through September 7th. For tickets and locations, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com.
When your business is growing, you may think you need a big bank, but bigger doesn't always mean better. At Port Washington State Bank, you get big banking capabilities with the speed and service of a local partner. Port Washington State Bank, we get you here.
Number FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:07.
Wisconsin adding more workers and jobs last month, while the state's unemployment rate held steady at 3.3%. That's below the national unemployment rate of 4.1%. According to the Department of Workforce Development, the state added 1,200 new jobs. DWD Chief Economist Scott Hodick.
I think it's a little early to call out a divergence. We're still being impacted by the same trends as the nation, and we might be weathering those just a little bit differently.
Hodak says the state's longer-term challenge remains an aging workforce as more baby boomers retire.
Going to be a big one at American Family Field today, not just because of the pitching matchup and another first-place team, but also because of the community night festivities.
Black Culture Fest returns to American Family Field for a second year in a row on Friday, celebrating Milwaukee's black culture, businesses, and community. Renell Washington, co-founder of Social X MKE, tells WTMJ.
Everybody had the opportunity to just experience, a little something different. So we're excited to put together this festival in partnership with the Brewers. I think everybody will be really excited about what they'll see. There's something for youth, there's something for young adult, and obviously those who are a little more seasoned to be a part of it.
Fans can check out a black-owned business marketplace, local marching bands, a lowrider car show, and a pregame DJ throughout the game. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Few Americans appear to be drinking.
Not since Gallup began asking whether we drank have so many of us said no. 54% of U.S. adults say they do consume alcohol, mirroring last year's figure, which was the lowest since 1939. Despite the finding that an occasional glass of red wine, for example, might actually be good for you, 51% of respondents to the Gallup survey believe that even moderate drinking is unhealthy. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Another thing that I don't know if it was the same survey, but additional surveys done in some of the reading I did on this was that, okay, people are drinking less, but they're using a lot more weed.
Is that right?
In its various forms, but more people than ever reporting recreational marijuana use.
Don't forget, there's consumption. It's edible, too, so there's more than just one way to get it.
Apparently, we all got to have something, apparently, right? News is sponsored by Appliance Gallery, your Milwaukee luxury appliance store. Appliance Gallery, WI.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Appliance Gallery, right on Wisconsin Avenue in Milwaukee. Their gorgeous showroom is the most up-to-date in our state, featuring luxury brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Mila, Fisher & Paykel, and more. They'll work right with your contractor or designer and make the process seamless. They even offer brands where you can choose from custom colors. As a small family-owned company with one location, they deliver impeccable service with a personal touch. Visit ApplianceGalleryWI.com or stop in today.
Vince Vitrano for USA Insulation, and just got word from my man Jeff over there at USA that right now is a pretty good time to get on the schedule for a job that can save you all kinds of money on your heating and cooling bills, plus bring you relief from a house that always seems to be too hot or too cold. Now, whether you do the blow-in, bat insulation, or that injection foam that fills your walls from bottom to top, people always want to get this efficiency work done in the spring. That's when they're thinking about the cooling season, or in the fall when we start thinking about the turning the furnace back on. And that's why right now there's a little bit more room to get your project done quickly with USA Insulation. So tell Jeff when you call that Vinny told you want those government rebates as well. The discounts from $1,200 to up to $4,000 depending on what project you go with. And Jeff and his team do all that work for you and discount the cost of your project up front. Get started at usainsulation.net.
Experience, knowledge, and results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fighting and winning for people just like you. Gruber Law Offices has the resources, strong track record of success, and a team of experienced lawyers to take care of your needs. We've successfully helped people injured in big truck accidents for more than 35 years. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It is 8:11. How's the Friday morning drive, Debbie?
Still a bit tight in Waukesha County. Westbound 94 backing up before Moreland Road all the way to about Springdale. On the eastbound side, slowing down between Highway F and Springdale. Back on the brakes heading through the Stadium interchange to about 35th Street. We've also got northbound 41 slowing down from Capitol Drive up past Hampton. And then westbound 794 right about at Jackson Street. We got the right shoulder block, got a broken down vehicle there. So volume's pretty light through there, so you shouldn't find it too difficult to get past it. Just something to keep an eye out for. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Got a high of 78 degrees today. If you are in the northern parts of the reach of our broadcast signals, so it looks like Beaver Dam, northern Washington County about to get in on some of this, Sheboygan County getting storms, Fond du Lac as well. This morning round should move out, and then by the afternoon, some strong storms possible to pop up again. Storms coming to an end tonight with a low of 64. Saturday, slight chance of a pop-up shower or storm, then mostly sunny, high 78. Sunday, cooler and less humid, high of 74. Right now it's 67.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Eric Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
8:13, Friday morning, Wisconsin's Morning News. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. Eric Bilstead and Vince Vitrano here with you until 10 o'clock this morning. Got Neil in the newsroom, and we'll keep Debbie on the cars through 9 o'clock today. If I say to you, E, let's use the political season as our example.
Okay.
I think this candidate is going to win for governor in November. For the sake of argument, you say, I think David Crowley's going to win. I say, I think Tom Tiffany's going to win. And so we're disagreeing on this, okay? And I say, care to make it interesting? What does that mean?
That means we're making a bet.
Yeah, let's
Putting
go.
money in
Right,
it.
how about $10, $20? What do you want to go throw on the line? Let's put some money behind it.
If you
Okay?
really want to make it interesting, a little bit more than that.
Fine. If you must, how about $100?
Yeah, that's a bet.
What did we just agree to do?
Yeah, we're gambling.
We
We're betting.
bet. We gambled, right? Does anyone argue against that? Well, gambling is largely illegal in Wisconsin, but for gaming that we allow through Native American tribes, per the compacts the state has with those tribes. We are debating now the implementation of online sports betting. It's been approved by the legislature, legislation signed by the governor, but it still hasn't been fully worked out yet, so it is not yet happening. And even if and when it does, the authority to do that will also rest in the tribes per our gaming compacts. And when is gambling not gambling? When it's futures investing or predictions. At least that's how some other apps currently operating in Wisconsin and everywhere frame the conversation. Prediction markets allow users to, you could put money behind whether something will happen. So it could be winning an election. Who's going to win the election? It could be the weather. It could be the economy.
Anything, really.
Right. What event may or may not happen, even the outcome of a sports event. And that's where things get really confusing here in Wisconsin. It raises obvious questions given everything I just said. Well, the state attorney general is fighting it. Here's WTMJ's Neil Doyle.
The answer is at the center of an escalating court battle between Wisconsin and the federal government. Now, companies like Kalshi, they argue they're not sports books. Instead of betting against a casino, customers buy and sell what are known as event contracts, essentially yes or no contracts tied to an outcome. The Federal Commodity Futures Trading Commission regulates these markets as financial derivatives and argues Congress gave the agency exclusive authority over them. Wisconsin sees it differently, particularly when those contracts involve sports.
But we look forward to having this case litigated in court. It's our position that what the CFTC is doing here is going way beyond what it has the authority to do. And essentially, it's taken the same position that companies like Kalshi are, which is that by renaming what it's doing, they can take what is essentially, for all intents and purposes, gambling, as we've alleged, and make that into something that's legal.
That's Attorney General Josh Kaul, who has sued Kalshi, Polymarket, and several other prediction markets. And this is all under Wisconsin law, with legal sports wagering conducted only through tribal gaming. So we're left with two governments looking at essentially the same transaction and describing it very differently. Federal regulators say financial market. Wisconsin says gambling. The CFTC actually sued Wisconsin back in April, asking a federal court to prevent the state from enforcing its gambling laws against federally regulated prediction markets. But Wisconsin won an important early round. The federal judge in that case denied the CFTC's request for a preliminary injunction. But that wasn't a final decision on whether prediction markets are legal. Those lawsuits continue. And now another company, Novig, is reportedly taking the offensive this week, suing Attorney General Kaul before Wisconsin can potentially take enforcement action against it. So why can Wisconsinites still encounter these markets? Because the central legal question hasn't been definitively resolved. The companies maintain federal regulation, gives them authority to operate nationwide. Wisconsin maintains that doesn't provide a free pass around state gambling laws. And sports aren't the only complication. Prediction markets are now offering contracts for elections, economics, and even real-world events. So for now, these prediction markets occupy an unusual legal battleground. Are they the next generation of federally regulated financial exchanges? Or are some of these contracts simply online gambling under another name? Here in Wisconsin, that answer may ultimately come from the courts. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
And don't you think it has to? I'm not an overly litigious person. I don't like that we litigate everything, that everything goes through the courts. But this is begging for clarity. Right? If you essentially say gambling is illegal in Wisconsin, but for all the other scenarios that I mentioned, and yet you can bet on what happens next, which I don't care what you want to call it. I jokingly sometimes refer to sports gambling as the lucrative sports futures investing, right?
Right. Yes.
It's the same thing.
Same
You're betting
thing.
on
No,
stuff.
you're right.
And I'm not anti-betting. If you want to allow betting, cool, allow it, but
Just
there have to be parameters.
Call
right?
your local lawmaker and get him to figure it out.
That's what I'm saying. This is what the law is. I mean, and it's that way with anything. Sometimes we had Boat Guy down there in Pleasant Prairie, right? He wants to park his boat in his driveway, and he's trying to change the ordinance. But right now, you can't argue that the ordinance doesn't say what it does, which is you can't park your boat in your driveway. So without regard to that argument, okay, then go ahead and change the law, change, in that case, an ordinance. In this case, you want to have betting, you want to have gambling, you want to be able to gamble on whether or not this happens or that happens or whether it rains later or it doesn't. Fine. But you have to change state law for that. And honestly, too, as we continue to negotiate with the tribes over how this online sports gaming is going to work, if I were the tribes, I'd be saying, whoa.
Yeah, what is happening here?
You want us to give up whatever, XYZ, or pay more into the state or give you a portion of this or that for the exclusive right to do this? Doesn't sound very exclusive to me. If I can go on Kalshi and invest in the future outcome of this sporting contest versus place a bet on our app.
Right, that's a great point.
How is it materially different? It's not, so I think they would have a point, and that could gum up this whole thing. It seems like a lot of folks want to get to the betting. I mean, Neil, who filed that story, he said he had his friends in town recently, and they're like, what, these FanDuel doesn't work here?
Right.
No.
Which is very telling, though, because that generation, that's part of the culture.
So this is begging to be litigated and could even be precedent setting for other sports that otherwise don't allow gambling, much less online gambling, but are somehow allowing these predictions markets or these futures to occur. And then you have the whole other thing about ownership. And we talked about this a little bit when Giannis was here, that he is an investor in Kalshi. So he has a small stake of ownership in Kalshi.
Which is strange.
Since you can bet on what happens for Giannis.
Yeah,
there
the
are all sorts of things
that you can impact
yes.
on any given night.
And that, I mean, outside of the legal ramifications, also the NBA can't be real excited about that.
Yeah.
They are freaked out about all this gambling stuff. We've had scandals already. So that adds a whole other layer to the controversy. It's begging for legal action. We'll see how this plays out in Wisconsin. 8:21 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Come on, Jerry, it's a lock. Kramer, you've had this thing under control for almost 3 years now. Don't start again. But it's a lock. No.
It's a lock, Debbie.
It's a lock.
He's a mutter. Mutter was a mutter.
He's a mutter.
Potter was a mutter. What'd I just say?
All right. Really, the only problem we've got right now is the northbound on 41 from Capitol Drive up past Hampton. It's a bit backed up there. Eastbound 94, a little bit right past 68th Street. And again, from the stadium to 35th. Westbound is squeaky clean right now. We do have one broken down vehicle also northbound 4394, right about at Holt. It is on the right shoulder. It's a truck, like a box truck, off on the right shoulder. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
25 years ago, a generational Bucks team made an unforgettable run.
This is the place to be.
Light It Up, narrated by Jim Paschke, is the new season of the Behind the Bucks podcast, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. This is the oral history of the 2000-2001 Milwaukee Bucks and their run to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Absolute bedlam here at the Bradley Center.
Listen now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Having a plan and having a strategy are not the same thing. Vince Vitrano here from Argo Media, where you can build a strategy that will help your business grow. This is a Milwaukee-based full-service digital marketing agency, and so maybe you've been out there, you bought some ads on social media, maybe you have an internal team that's been doing that, but can you answer this question? How's it working for you? If that's a no, or if that's a you don't know, you don't have a good strategy. So no worries. Margo will take it from there. Shane and his team are experienced professional experts in digital marketing. They will align your business goals with the right digital solutions and deliver measurable results. And here's the best part. The initial consultation is free. So if this made you a little bit curious, nothing to lose by sitting down and talking to Shane and the team over there at Margo. Tell them Vinny sent you. Margo Media, that's MARGLE media.com.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
When you're buying a used car, you want to be in the driver's seat. So make a smart move by choosing a local Adam new car dealer. Adam dealers have a great selection of quality pre-owned cars, SUVs, and trucks to fit every budget, including many certified pre-owned vehicles. They offer top dollar for trade-ins, competitive financing, and expert service technicians for down the road. Start your pre-owned vehicle search by finding an Adam dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
What do you have going on the rest of your Wisconsin summer and fall? WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you still got some time available and don't have your plans solidified, let us help you on Experience Wisconsin. It's Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ. We explore different regions, people, activities, help get you all set. On this week's show, it is Whitewater, it is Rhinelander. Lots of cool stuff going on. Join us for Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
This week's featured business on the Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Comfort Awnings. ComfortAwnings.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
The Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford needs line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Contact the Mineshaft today and start next week.
Remember that story about those Nintendo cartridges that were found in Waukesha at like the gaming place? They found, where was the name of the store? You've been there before.
One Stop Wonders.
Okay, yeah.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
It's right there in downtown Waukesha.
Yep,
I've been in it at least a few times because, Max Vitrano was into this.
Yeah, and speaking of Max, he said that this was quite remarkable what had happened.
Both unique and largely unexplainable.
So that's your kid talking about these Nintendo cartridges that were found inside the store, like in the back. They like kind of just pulled them out at One Stop Wonders, and they're like, oh my gosh, these are very unique because they were like individual Duck Hunt / Super Mario Brothers games that usually came with the NES when you bought it, and these were individually wrapped. They were just unique and rare in that form, right? Is that one safe way to put it?
These appeared to have never been intended for sale, yet they were made and packaged for individual sale. Yeah, you mentioned Duck Hunt and Super Mario were included in most cases with the console. So you bought that, and that was the, what did he call it? The pack-in game or whatever. There's a term for it, and then weren't typically sold individually. But these were packaged for that, and that was Max's point of nobody knows what they were intended for, nor why they were in the back room of this place.
It's like the most common game ever, said the owner to the Journal Sentinel, seeing 97 individually wrapped brand new copies. I almost had a heart attack when I found these. So the new update to this story is, everyone was wondering, well, what are they going to do with them? Well, 3 of the cartridges have now been put up for auction through Golden Auctions, including one of 5 from the collection that received a perfect 10 grade from the Professional Sports Authenticator.
That's the mint of mint condition.
Yeah. So they had went in with no expectations, no idea what they were going to get or what could come of it. It's still ongoing. It's one of those where you go online. It's kind of like eBay. They go put up online, and then until like a date in September, you can bid on them.
Okay. Where are we at?
So one of them, the initial bid, $3, is now at $1,500. So $1,500 is the most expensive bid so far.
It was suggested these could go for millions.
Well, 39 bids in, it's at $1,500. Another one's at $275. Another one's at $1,200. So looking at the cartridges right now on the Goldin, Goldin website.
It's
if you're
weeks
interested.
to go yet.
Yeah, right. Okay, but this could also have a little boat flavor to it. You know what I'm talking about. The boat didn't go for very much either.
We're going to break this thing up and sell bits and pieces.
Yeah,
We're going to make all kinds of money.
Yeah. So, I mean, millions seems a bit high given that after 39 bids, it's only at $1,500.
But if you were a legit collector or someone who would value one of these things as either an investment or because you want it for whatever reasons, and it's a weeks-long online auction, what point is there for you dipping in at this moment, right?
Oh, you wait till the end?
Or would you wait till the last week and just see where we're at? This is all
that's a good
whatever.
point. Yeah, because why would you throw that high? Okay, all right, maybe that's the play here.
I bid $500,000. Maybe you didn't have to, but right. So this could just be the cursory run up to what ultimately is a big number, or it's entirely possible, like you say, something's only worth what somebody else will pay for it.
Super. I'm rooting for them. Yeah. I would love it if these owners got a ton of money. That'd be great. But right now, the highest bid so far is $1,500 for these Nintendo cartridges.
How many of the bids are Max Vetrano?
I could probably look
be
and
in big
see.
trouble. College kid. Well, I just thought
he's bidding against himself.
Right,
Max. No.
You didn't bid on all three, Max. Also, I've seen your bank account. $8.29 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
Enjoy the Fox and Hounds restaurant's fabulous all-you-can-eat fish fry. It's one of the best. The magnificent Sunday brunch is also all you can eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat free. Call and reserve foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Traffic is sponsored by the Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country. Heading to the game? Grab a growler, howler, or can of your favorite craft brew at the Delafield Brewhouse. Having a party? Quarter and half barrels are also available. The Delafield Brewhouse.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, Prince Harry and 6 others, including Elton John, have just been ordered to pay an initial $13 million to the publisher of Britain's Daily Mail following their invasion of privacy case that failed in court. The publisher strongly denying claims that the phones of the high-powered litigants had been hacked. Despite that, the Sussexes are headed back to England.
Prince Harry was seen in Washington, D.C. Wednesday night, meeting with veterans, but he didn't address the upcoming move. According to The Telegraph, the couple, along with their 7-year-old Prince Archie and 5-year-old Princess Lilibet, plan to move later this month to a private, non-royal residence outside London. The children are already enrolled in British schools for September.
ABC's James Longman in London. The USS Lincoln now headed home after a record-long 9-month deployment and deteriorating conditions on board. It's been confirmed now it was a rare tornado that touched down on New York's Long Island last night. People in and around Gary, Indiana, still without power almost 2 weeks after a storm. This is ABC News.
Everything's looking great right now. We've got eastbound 94th, a little bit of a backup from just before 70th Street all the way to 35th. Northbound 41's tightening up right past Hampton. Everything else is actually clear. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
78 degrees, your high temperature today. Morning rain in the, you see, looks like Dodge County, Washington County, Sheboygan, Fond du Lac County, all getting some pretty heavy rain right now. Some other showers possible. Then by the afternoon or evening hours, some strong storms possible. Low down to 64 tonight with storms coming to an end. Milwaukee's at 67. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the large fire at West Dallas Public Works facility. It's brand new and could cause a big setback. Roughly 200,000 square foot building, years in the making. The city now waiting to see just how much damage was done. The mayor there is Dan Devine.
So we really don't know how long that delay will be until they get in there. Ideally, they were going to open it up in fall. It was hopefully late summer, but there have been some hiccups like any large project like this along the way that, bogged it down a little bit.
The construction workers who were on site made it out safely. Cause of the fire under investigation.
A car dealership in Kenosha is facing a racial harassment lawsuit.
Management at Kenosha Nissan are accused of threatening several black employees who reported racial harassment in 2024. The lawsuit filed by the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission says one manager warned employees that they would, quote, make their lives a living hell, and another compared a black employee to an animal. Several employees resigned out of fear of being fired, and the lawsuit says one employee was fired for reporting the harassment. The lawsuit is seeking back pay and punitive damages for the workers. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Pulling up the latest numbers here on Wall Street. 4 minutes off the opening bell, and the Dow is up 275 points to 53,033. S&P 500 is at 7670. That's up almost 30 points. And the NASDAQ is up as well, 90 points to 26,156. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:35.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs, each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi.
And Kristen Bry of Point Taken.
Kristen, did you know that only 40% of Americans have done any estate planning and only 40% of those have been properly updated?
When it comes to wills, trusts, and probate, there's a lot at stake. I needed someone who specializes in estate planning. At Walney Legal Group, that's all they do.
No intimidating lawyers. They just provide customized, friendly, easy experience. They call it lawyering the way it should be. So whether you need your estate planning reviewed
or just getting started, visit WALNYlegal.com.
Drafty windows means wasted money. Call Siding Unlimited today for energy-efficient replacement windows and doors and start saving now. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Brewers 360 ahead of a big weekend series with the first place Atlanta Braves. Big one today as well this afternoon with Chris Sale v. Jacob Mizorowski. Adam McKelvey joins us for Brewers 360 here in about 6 minutes. But first, some Flock camera news updates for you, Vince. So Flock cameras, you may have heard that name recently. Controversial surveillance cameras that police departments are using across the country. And there's been a lot of pushback as to whether or not this is an invasion of privacy. It helps find license plates. It helps find perhaps a criminal or a suspect, but there's others who say that it's more than that. And we've seen that issue where there are cops using it off duty to find ex-girlfriends or ex-wives or different things like that. And that's becoming a problem. So I'm going to play a soundbite from you. This is in San Diego. There's one man who's speaking in favor of Flock cameras, and you might recognize his voice, though. Okay, you ready? Here we go.
We must continue utilizing Flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground.
Yes, that's a guy dressed up as Darth Vader, appearing before the San Diego Council, speaking in favor of Flock cameras. Now, he actually even got introed. Listen, so I'm going to dip in here. This is in the middle of the hearing as they intro the guy.
Thank you. It's been a great day. Love to all. Thank you. Darth Vader.
All right, here he comes.
He steps up.
Walking up to the mic.
The Emperor is a fan of Flock.
Yeah, that's how he started.
Very nice. I bring to you a message from the Emperor.
You may be picking up on some satire here. Clearly, the guy is pushing a little hard intentionally.
Flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay, so he's against.
All right, yeah. So this is a guy cosplaying, if you will, acting like Darth Vader to make a point that he is against the Flock camera, but it's getting a lot of attention, of course, because he's in full garb. You've seen the video.
It's outstanding video.
He walks in and out of there.
I love how they
give him the 2 minutes. Yeah,
he must have addressed. He must have put. If you've ever testified at one of these little rinky-dink hearings or whatever, you put your name and address and whatever. And he apparently put Darth Vader, and they played along,
and it worked.
The Emperor is a fan of Flock.
So, at least one guy's in favor of the Flock camera.
Not to be nitpicky, but I don't. The idea is great. The execution, I don't know.
No, you don't like the voice?
No, he didn't do a good job on that. I thought he sounded more like Lord Helmet.
How can you challenge the execution? He literally had a Common Council member introduce him as Darth Vader. And then the breathing. Listen closely.
Thank you. Darth Vader.
I don't know. It's pretty good. All right, I gotta go.
Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Well, at this point, we've got a great ride shaping up. Just a couple of pockets of heavy traffic on eastbound 94 from 70th towards Hawley, and again through the stadium. Northbound on 41, a little heavy right past Hampton. Otherwise, everything else looks great. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Thank you. Darth Vader.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lozica here for my friends at Pivot Work Injury Law. You may know Alex and his team from Axis Legal. Well, Pivot Work Injury Law is the same trusted team. They just have a new name that better reflects their sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. Their team has recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin workers, and they'll fight for the benefits you're entitled to as well. Hurt on the job or worn down by years of hard work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law for a risk-free consultation today. Pivot Work Injury Law, turning setbacks into comebacks.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors in Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything in recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
Top of the fourth inning, a 6-3 Brewers lead, and Pat Murphy's out. He is going to lift Robert Gasser from this game in the middle of the at-bat. Oof.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Potawatomi Sportsbook and Ridgetop.
These guys understanding that and understanding it's not going to happen to me because I can make pitches. And maybe I'm not 97, maybe I'm 95, maybe I'm 94, but I can throw it over a gnat's ass. You know what I mean? Gnats are pretty small.
Confirming gnats are small this morning with MLB.com's Adam McCalvey. Morning, Adam.
Confirmed.
Confirmed? Good.
I can confirm. Sources confirm, yeah.
Well done.
Man, what
I don't know that I've got that one in a story before. I had to change it to behind. We're a family website, and Nat's behind.
Did you really?
But, it's a good point because this is the time of year where bullpen arms drag. The bullpen is going to be key to everything, and it's different in the postseason because you get all those days off. But what I loved about yesterday's game is that it was a win that had roots in a loss the day before because all those guys who pitched behind Dustin May's 2 innings covered the rest of the game scoreless, gave the Brewers a chance to win the game, number one. Probably if Cooper Pratt isn't in his first day back from a rehab, they might win that game. And then it leaves everybody fresh for today. So this stuff's all connected. And if you get, if you don't love when you see Bryce Wilson run in or sometimes DL Hall when he's going through stuff, those guys are just as important as Trevor McGill because this is all a puzzle. And each day in baseball, every game leads to the next game.
Adam, what will they ultimately end up doing? Is Gasser on the line to go to the pen, or is it who am I thinking? Shane Drone?
It's Drone, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like the plan is to pitch. Shane Drone draws Sunday's game in Williamsport, which is going to be different, fun, chaotic is the word everybody uses who's been there before. He'll start that game, and then their idea is to move him to long relief, not because of performance. He's been really good. He was their innings leader in July when they gave Mizrowski a break and Harrison was hurt. But they want to limit his innings a little bit because he's one of those guys, injury history as he came over here. It's been a couple of years since he pitched this much. And if he stays on the rotation, he's going to go way beyond what those innings were. So for a combination of those reasons, they think he's the guy to go to the pen. Gasser he'll need to pitch better. The couple of times we've seen Pat Murphy make a pitching change right in the middle of a batter, there's no doubt that is a message. And there is no doubt that Robert Gasser is a really smart guy and gets it. So They have Coleman Crow in the minors pitching well. They have Brandon Sproat, don't forget, in the minors. So they have other options to make starts. And I think there's urgency for Robert Gasser to be consistent. When he locates, when the sweeper's good, he can be really, really effective. But yesterday was not one of those days.
It's so interesting too how the season ebbs and flows, Adam. Because if you would have asked me coming out of the break, is it the pen that concerns you more or starting pitching? I would have said for sure the pen. Can they make the great starting pitching stand up? And now here we are a couple of weeks later, and it's been the bullpen that saved games.
They've been really, really solid. And it's without Abner Uribe, who's down with this forearm strain. They think it's going to be a minimum stay, so that would be in the middle of the series against the Mets, where he's eligible to come back. But when Aaron Ashby's curveball is right, he is great and a weapon. And what Pat Murphy loves about him most is he wants to pitch every day. He's one of those sinker ball guys who wants the ball as much as possible and has proven durable when he's in these stretches where he's pitching well. And it's come late in seasons too. If you think about the last couple of years, he's been really good late in season. So he's emerged as a really important guy. He's their union rep. So guys are always over there asking him questions about this and that. He's a very busy guy in addition to pitching, and he's doing the job really well.
So strange weekend series here against the Braves. You got a 3:10 first start today, 1:10 tomorrow, and that is because of the Little League Classic in Williamsport on Sunday night. But what a dandy this afternoon, Miz and Chris Sale.
It's really cool, and it's especially cool because I remember talking to Mizorowski after his first All-Star game last year, and one of the highlights was meeting Chris Sale because it's one of the pitchers that he loved most as a kid, which has got to feel great to 37-year-old Chris Sale taking the mound today. But I asked him yesterday, what did you love about him? And it was the long levers. Sale is 6'6". Mizorowski was this, gangly kid like a lot of us were. And he said, if you can see this guy doing it at this level, hey, I can do this too. He looks like me a little bit, even though he's left-handed. And then it was also the emotion that Chris Sale shows. In Mizorowski's mind, he was one of the first to get a huge strikeout and then go nuts. And Mizorowski likes to be that way. He says, I don't want to be that guy who walks off the mound quietly. And he's not been. When he's gotten a big out, he's let everybody know about it. So those are the kinds of the things that he loved about Chris Sale. And Mizorowski compared it to matching up against Kershaw last year, where it's like one of those, oh my God, I'm in the big leagues moments. So it's cool. And then he's going to take a total about face and go to Williamsport. He's designated the Brewers ambassador for this game. So he's going to be front and center in the coverage on ESPN on Sunday. Ronald Acuna Jr. is doing the same for the Braves. You're going to see a lot of Acuna and Mizorowski. And I just can't imagine what the little leaguers are going to be like when they see this 6'7" Cy Young monster coming at them. It's going to be really cool. And I'm sure there'll be Pokemon involved in some.
That's awesome. They're still speaking the same language. I think this is wonderful. It's a featured spot for Milwaukee. I love all of these things. Is there anything that concerns you about the travel regimen, or is that overblown by, I don't know, guys like me who talk about that stuff?
It's going to be a long day, and you've seen the Brewers haven't been part of these events. The Brewers, the team always looking for that one little edge, right? This isn't a competitive advantage to go to this game, but it's very cool. And my colleagues who've been part of it and covered it, it's been going since 2017 now, say it's just a really special day. And look, I talked to all the players about this, and I have a story on Brewers.com this morning where if you want to see what Christian Yelich and Jake Bowers and Andrew Vaughn look like as little leaguers, and by the way, that their swings are exactly the same, which is the funniest thing to me. I talked to them about getting back to when this game was a game. And everybody says it. They always say it on tough nights. Look, we're playing a game. But a day like this, to go and immerse yourself in this environment where they literally dreamed of themselves as 12-year-olds going, is just a chance for everybody to hit the reset button. And it is a long, crazy day. They fly to New York Saturday night, fly to Williamsport Sunday morning, meet with the kids literally right off the plane on the bus with kids to the field. Then they go over and play this regulation game that matters. Then they fly back to New York that night. But Monday's an off day. So everybody can sleep in, go walk around Central Park and get a break.
Well, and as Murph has said, look, Ron, we're first class everything. Again, travel is travel, but we're all going to be okay.
Sure. It's going to be a long day on their feet. which is something, but it is a worthwhile endeavor, and it's going to remind everybody of, orange slices, and for me, A&W root beer on National Avenue in Newport.
Yes.
MLB.com's Adam McCalvey with us this morning. Thank you, Adam.
All right. See you guys.
Checking in with Debbie one last time here before 9 o'clock.
It's been looking great all morning long, and it continues. Westbound 94 tightening up just a bit through the stadium to about Hawley Road. Eastbound from the stadium to 35th Street. Northbound 41 has eased up nicely, as is southbound. Both of these roadways looking really good right now. No major delays there. Broken down vehicle 4394 northbound right about at Holt Avenue or just past Holt Avenue. It is on the right shoulder, not really affecting the ride, but tow trucks on the scene. So there you go. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Not all roofing contractors are created equal, and homeowners know the difference. Ridgetop Exteriors has been the local, trusted choice since 2002. Upfront pricing, expert crews, manufacturer-backed warranties, and over 40,000 completed projects backed by thousands of five-star reviews from your neighbors. No surprises, no runarounds, just honest work from people who live and work right here in our community. Call Ridgetop Exteriors for a free estimate. Ridgetop Exteriors, the easy choice for your home.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi Rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. You're out there shopping for new windows and doors, and it shouldn't feel like a negotiation that never ends. It's definitely not some kind of game. It's one of the things folks like about Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. At Pella, it's about straightforward pricing, honest conversations, helping homeowners find the right fits for their homes without inflated prices or high-pressure sales. End of the day, fair final price. That's what matters more than some flashy discount. And when you're buying direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, you're dealing with one trusted team. So Pella makes the windows and doors, and they are the people who are in your living room talking to you about the sale, also doing the installing and the servicing with Pella certified installers every step of the way. It means you have confidence in that process. You have confidence in the product, and you got one team that stands behind the work they do beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, and no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com. Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Bark and Scratch Outpost.
Roxy's Resources and Awareness Drive-Thru will be at Bark and Scratch Outpost Sunday, August 23rd from 9 to 11 with free pet food and supplies. 5835 West Blue Mound Road. That's Sunday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. August 23rd. Anyone struggling with pet food can stop by. At Bark and Scratch Outpost, we think outside the bag.
MilwaukeePetFood.com. Bark and Scratch Outpost.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Hurt at work? Call Tayback for the payback. An injury at work may leave you eligible for compensation benefits, including lost wages, coverage of medical bills, or a cash settlement. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
8:56 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Lots to get through here in the next hours. Eric and I will take you till 10 o'clock this morning. Just want to get a quick radar check for you if you don't have one handy. What was described as a chance for morning showers is turning into some pretty heavy rain right now in the northern part of our broadcast signal. So it looks like Dodge, Fond du Lac, Washington, Sheboygan counties all getting in on this rain. It extends north to Green Bay. but that would be the southern extent of it. Might brush northern Ozaukee County, northern Waukesha County, and then there's a little bit of a tail behind it stretching to the southwest. Those storms are out over Wisconsin Dells, Baraboo. They're northwest of Madison right now, but that could come into the area. Now, there's a chance also that they break up before they get here substantially, but that's something to keep an eye on for this morning. Then this afternoon and into the evening hours, we still see this chance for some storms that could be on the strong side with a high of 78 degrees and storms expected to come to an end tonight, low down to 64. We have a slight risk, according to the Storm Prediction Center, of severe weather today that they would not rule out the possibility of an isolated tornado.
And the timeline on that, late this afternoon into the
Seems
evening
like
hours, it looks like.
Which is okay, but what's big happening today?
Oh, a lot of football
A
starts
lot of the
up.
first of the games, a number of teams got off already on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Right. So whether it's football or soccer or some of the other sports that are going on, their competitions, I don't think cross country has started competitively yet.
Another week yet.
Yeah. What else do we have in the fall? We have girls tennis.
Yep.
Girls golf is in the fall.
Yep.
So those outside things sell a lot of stuff
really
happening.
ramping up this week.
But yeah, your first big night of high school football across the states. Want to get that in. You can do rain, but you'd rather not. Cannot do severe weather because that creates a lot of problems. So keep an eye on all of that. 64 degrees right now in Milwaukee, and we'll join you at the top of the hour with your news.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Tracy Group Incorporated and Family Worship Center in Beloit partnered to transform nearly 5 acres of church-owned land into a 15-home subdivision. The project would provide housing for veterans, police officers, firefighters, and teachers. An out-of-state buyer purchases the assets of Press Hard Seltzer Company for $825,000 in a going concern auction. Go For It Beverage LLC won the auction as part of a receivership case filed in Milwaukee County Circuit Court. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission sues a Kenosha car dealership, alleging that it retaliated against black employees for reporting racial harassment. The EEOC filed its suit against Roar Kenosha Motors Incorporated, which does business as Kenosha Nissan. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jurnavix.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. The Titans of a National League collide in Milwaukee. Brewers, Braves, showtime.
High fly right center. It is up. It is back. It is gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 2:35.
Lara, fly ball to deep left. Back it goes. It is up and gone.
Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It is Friday, August 21st. Our top story, morning rain, not the only concern what could develop later today.
I'm Eric Bilstead. A plea to the governor for less time in prison.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of 78 degrees today. Some rain possible this morning. In fact, some folks are getting that already. Then some clearing. Then by the afternoon or evening, some strong storms possible. More on that in a moment. Storms coming to an end tonight. Skies partly cloudy and a low of 64. Milwaukee's now at 69. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, stronger storms possible later in the day as most of southeast Wisconsin upgraded now to a slight risk for severe weather. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson.
Later this afternoon, more likely into the evening, given increasing dew points, some more instability, could see some reforming storms across southeastern Wisconsin. This would be the best opportunity for strong to severe storms. That is all out of here by 10 o'clock tonight.
The weather this morning not expected to be severe.
Check your refrigerator. 2 brands of alfalfa sprouts are being linked to illnesses across the state.
The Wisconsin Department of Health Services confirmed 17 cases of E. coli and Salmonella came from the Everything Sprouts and Calco brands, which has led to 1 hospitalization. DHS says if you have these sprouts in the home, throw them away immediately. If you have eaten them, monitor for Salmonella symptoms, which usually begin 6 hours to 6 days after eating contaminated materials. Wisconsin sees around 1,000 Salmonella cases each year. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Governor's Commutation Advisory Board meets today hearing a dozen cases. Hundreds of people seeking shorter prison sentences.
The 12 cases are among more than 800 applications submitted since Governor Tony Evers revived Wisconsin's commutation process this spring. 5 of the people being heard by the board today received life sentences for crimes committed as juveniles. Republican State Senator Van Wangard is criticizing the process, saying prosecutors involved in the cases largely oppose shortening the sentences. The governor's office telling WisPolitics the board only makes recommendations. Any decision to shorten a sentence ultimately rests with the governor. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The Universities of Wisconsin Board of Regents is approving a budget request that would freeze tuition. Now, the tuition freeze depends on $190 million in support from state lawmakers. It now heads to the governor and the state legislature for work next year.
A new trial hearing for a Texas teen convicted of murder.
The Texas teenager Carmelo Anthony appeared in court Thursday, this time before a new judge as he pushes for a new trial. A jury rejected his claims of self-defense in June and sentenced him to 35 years in prison for killing Austin Metcalf during a confrontation at a high school track meet. Wednesday, the former judge was removed from the case after Anthony's legal team argued he'd enforced overly strict courtroom rules and gave an interview after the trial was over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Federal officials now say there are no survivors after a small plane crash in Alaska.
A small plane went down in a remote area in the western part of the state yesterday afternoon, and we now know all 8 people on board were killed. The military says it was a civilian contracted aircraft and called it a devastating loss. The names of the passengers and 2 pilots have not yet been released.
ABC's Faith Abube. Officials say the plane was heading to a military facility.
Another round of overnight work will squeeze eastbound traffic on I-94.
Tonight, crews have work to do, and it's not just the construction of the big project. Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the crews have repair work on the schedule.
This Friday night, we do have an overnight closure on 94 eastbound schedule. That's to do some beam guard repair over by General Mitchell Boulevard, as well as doing some pothole work just on some of the existing pavement that we have out there that are in the live lanes of traffic.
But don't worry, as per their agreement, the closure won't happen until an hour after the Brewers game. Debbie Loziga, WTMJ News.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything up this Friday morning thus far. The Dow is up 370, the NASDAQ up 51, and the S&P 29.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:05.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. When it's time for a new vehicle, I know where I'm going. Griffin Ford in Waukesha. It's where I always go. It's where I buy my cars. Bought my Ford Explorer. If you've been thinking about a new SUV or truck, now's the time to stop in. Griffin Ford has an incredible selection. 60 2026 Ford Explorers in stock, starting at just $37,790. Need a truck? They've got more than 50 new 2026 Ford F-150 4x4s in stock. Yeah, starting at only $44,775. And here's the best part. With most new vehicle purchases, you'll receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan, giving you even more value and peace of mind. With one of the largest Ford inventories in Wisconsin, you don't have to settle. You can find the color, features, and model that's right for you. Stop by Griffin Ford in Waukesha, where I buy my cars, or visit griffinford.com today. Offers end August 31st. See dealer for complete details. It's Griffin Ford.
You're not just a job number as a Sidex customer. They've been family-owned since 1988, and they treat you as part of their family. Upgrade and transform your current bathroom space with Sidex Windows Siding and Bath. They have seasoned design consultants with 10 to 30 years of experience. The owner, Joe, is honoring his dad's legacy with top-tier products and expert craftsmanship. It's Sidex, the best in the business. Get a free shower door upgrade when you mention WTMJ. Visit sidexremodel.com.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy one dinner, get one free tonight at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, including steak and lobster. And desserts are buy one, get one free. Tables are open, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
This week's featured business on the Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Comfort Awnings. ComfortAwnings.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Brewers on to face the Braves this afternoon at home. Took 2 of 3 from the Mariners. A rare Friday day game at American Family Field as the Brewers host the Braves for 2. Then on Sunday, the teams square off in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Brewers President of Baseball Operations, Matt Arnold.
You know, the guys are excited because it is a fun thing, and it makes you feel like a kid when you're out there, and I think that's going to be great. And obviously the next 2 days being day games, I hope everybody has a chance to come out and see us as well.
Marquee pitching matchup this afternoon as well. You got Chris Sale throwing for the Braves, and the Brewers put up Jacob Mizorowski. Coverage beginning at 2:35 here on WTMJ. Packers take another step toward shaping the roster tonight in Denver against the Broncos.
1 game down, 2 to go for the Packers' 90-man roster that must be trimmed to 53 by 5 o'clock in the evening of Sunday, August 30th.
There's still, a handful of spots certainly up for grabs.
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur is focused on the group in front of him. General manager Brian Gutekunst also has his eye on the other 31 teams in the league.
Maybe some claims, trades, whatever might happen, but how we build our inventory and how we're going to get through the year is really built off this preseason for the most part.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Packers wrap preseason next week at Lambeau Field against the Arizona Cardinals. And Wisconsin volleyball opens the season tonight at Fiserv Forum. The 6th-ranked Badgers facing number 3 Kentucky. This is all part of a huge volleyball tournament going on through the weekend. Marquette plays in this one as well. You can hear the Badgers tonight starting at 7:30 here on WTMJ. Badger Sports Updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. Roads looking good this Friday morning. Just another friendly reminder, we have the late mid-afternoon start time for the Brewers, so keep that in mind. So we have rain later today, and we have a 3 o'clock Brewers start. So the ride home potentially could be a little bit slow, just something to keep in mind today. But otherwise, roads right now are A-OK.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. We have storms now in touching northern Waukesha and Ozaukee counties, definitely all over Dodge, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan counties as well, and maybe some more coming our way. There's a little bit of storm activity around the Madison area, so we'll keep an eye on that. That should clear, and then a chance for storms returning this evening. Some could be on the strong side. Today's high 78 degrees. Tonight a low of 64. For Saturday, slight chance of a pop-up shower or storm, otherwise mostly sunny, high 78. Cooling off on Sunday. High of 74 degrees and less humid. Monday, sunny and 73. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Slight chance of some rain in the afternoon or evening hours and a high of 78. Milwaukee's at 69.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Eric Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
And a good Friday morning to you. Interesting reaction to this. Not sure what you were expecting, but this one caught me a bit off guard, I have to admit.
The reaction to it?
A little bit.
Okay.
Talking about one of Wisconsin's most favorite beers.
There's a reason we believe things are better outside. This is it, the North Woods, where we've set up camp since 1867.
Our great-great-grandfather, Jacob Leinenkugel, founded his brewery here in Chippewa Falls for its fine barley, hops, and waters of the Big Eddy Spring.
Yes, Leinenkugel ad there. Celebrating Leinenkugel Brewing. So the brewing company obviously is owned by Molson Coors, but is in the news now for a brand new partnership with an NFL team, the Minnesota Vikings. So the brewing company, Leinenkugel,
the Brewers.
Yeah, you're right. Have a new beer out for this upcoming Vikings season. It's called Victor's Voyage. And it's an American Amber Red Ale in partnership with the Vikings. So we've seen the box, the case for it and all that, and it's kind of purplish. It's got like a Viking ship on it, and it's got the logo of the team. This isn't that extraordinary when you pull out. We've seen brewing companies and different companies partner with teams before. That's not brand new. And Leinenkugel's, we should point out, also has Legend Ale for the Packers. They do Barrelman and some other ones for the Brewers. So this isn't the first time there's been a beer for a professional sports team.
And all that stuff. Okay, right.
So anyway.
So what's the problem?
Well, so I don't know if you knew this, but oftentimes, almost every show, not only are we on the air, but we have parts of the show, clips of the show, edited versions of the show get posted online. So Greg does that, does yeoman's work on that.
The greatest hits.
Yeah, put some reels on Instagram and on Facebook and all this stuff. So he posted, because we had mentioned that this
we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, and showed a picture of the box. Mm-hmm. It's a little purplish and all that.
With the little boat on it. With their boat.
And the reaction that we've seen online from what we have posted and what others have posted is quite extraordinary. Some people really taking this personally. A lot of people upset about it. And some silly ones, like here's one, I'm done drinking Trader Kugels. But others that are funny. Here's one, something else for them to choke on. Talking about the Viking fans.
Like that one.
It must taste how losing 4 Super Bowls tastes. All right.
Also solid.
It pairs beautifully with an empty trophy case.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
But then there's other folks who say, I'm done. They're not hometown anymore. I'm never buying Liney's again and things like that, which seems a little over the top. But you know how that goes. We've seen that before, too, where people boycott enough where a brand has to change its strategy a little bit.
And some of those people also may be kidding, whatever. I kind of hope you are. If you like a certain kind of beer, drink your beer. But I don't understand what they're outraged about. I mean, we poked fun at it, but I'm fine with an export.
You're right, because that's what this is.
That's
right?
what this is. This is a Wisconsin guy. If there's a group that should be a little annoyed, it should be the Vikings fans. We don't have any breweries here in Minnesota that made us a beer. We're the Minnesota Vikings. You could, if this were the reverse, I'd be flipping out. That would be my take.
That's interesting.
We don't have enough breweries here in our proud state that we could partner with a local brewery to come up with this.
Packers are pairing with some UP
right?
brewery.
Yeah, right. UP ales. Who knows? And there are many fine breweries,
of course,
right? Yeah, but that would be my take if I were across the border. If this show were on in Minneapolis right now, we were Vikings fans. What? We got to get this stuff from Chippewa Falls in Wisconsin. There's nothing on this side of the border, so I'm fine with exports. In fact, if I were to make a joke on you, if I were to offer a comment on our own thing, it'd be like, wouldn't this be great if it were just a terrible beer? And Liney's deliberately made a lake swill.
Just absolute garbage. Tastes like gasoline.
Right there. Beer tastes a little funny, no? No? Yeah? No? Yeah. Tastes funny. Over there in Minnesota.
No, I think it's all right. No, but they'd keep choking it down, right? They'd force it.
It's for the Vikings then. Yeah. So... Right, I have zero problems with the export. I would be more upset with an import.
I see what you mean. That makes sense. Okay, I can get behind that.
And I'll give you a comp. It shouldn't, but it still tweaks me a little bit. when you're at the state fair and they got the giant Budweiser pavilion.
Yeah. Well, that Bud Light pavilion's been there for a long time.
For a minute. All right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. But you're like, shouldn't that be a something else pavilion? New Glarus, step up. Something. Yeah. These are guys who literally don't want to sell their beer anywhere except for Wisconsin. They don't allow it.
Mm-hmm.
So it would bother me if we were the importer. I want to be the exporter. Did you also know at State Fair, Prairie Farms is the dairy that provides the cream for the cream puffs?
Mm-hmm.
You know where Prairie Farms is headquartered?
Not in Wisconsin.
Illinois. Now they say, yes, but we get our milk from Wisconsin dairies and whatever. And again, okay, and I believe that, so fine. But even that, I'm like, kind of bugs me a little bit.
Okay.
So I think the people that have the grievance ought to be the Vikings fans, not us. We should export our stuff to them.
Throwing away all my Liney's merchandise. Okay. This is horrendous. They should be ashamed of themselves.
I hope that's a joke. Are they ashamed of themselves? Of course they're not.
It is fascinating, though. And obviously, I fully admit I've met many members of the Leinenkugel family. I love those people. Dick Leinenkugel's awesome. I love talking to those folks. So, I'm a little biased toward Liney's, and I like their beer and all that. So this doesn't really affect me in any way. But I do think in the strange world we live in now, there is that fear of things going wrong. We saw what happened to Bud Light, before when they were expanding, trying to reach out to different audiences, and there is that backlash there. I don't think this is even remotely close.
That was a deeply rooted socially controversial issue, wherein this is just the sports ball. Right? And again,
let me ask you this.
All righty.
You go to a party.
Okay.
Maybe it's even September 13th. Packers, Vikings, opening day weekend. You're at the party. You open up the cooler. Hey, what do you got there, Jerry? You're going through, and you see what are they called? I don't even remember what they're called. A Victor's Voyage. And you're like, you know what? I kind of do like myself an amber red ale. Would you have a can that's a little purplish and clearly made by Liney's, but for Vikings?
So the exemption here being, I would like to try it to see what it tastes like, but knowing that even if I liked it, then thereafter I would not, which is stupid if I liked the beer. But no, I don't want to walk around saying Viking swill. I want to drink their beer.
What if you pour it into a glass or something?
Yeah, what do you got there? Oh, it's a shandy. We didn't have shandy.
That color looks a little off.
Looks reddish. Did you have the Viking? No, I didn't have that. Are you drinking the Viking? No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not.
Well, we'll see. I'm always rooting for the Liney family. So
me too. Look, I'm Art Vandelay in this. I want to focus more on the importing than the exporting.
I like what you're thinking there.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Replace it before it breaks. Vince Vitrano here with some great advice and an offer from my HVAC guy, Ryan, at Urban Heating and Cooling. Had a couple of pretty good heat waves over the summer. Could still have some heat coming our way. And when that happened, your air conditioner was speaking to you. Did it run nonstop? Was your house even cool? If you got an older unit struggling to keep up, constantly needs those small repairs, maybe it's older than 10, 12 years old, time to start thinking about a new unit. And here's what Ryan can do for you right now. Urban Heating and Cooling will offer financing options to help you pay for it. And what you'll get is an honest, no-pressure assessment from a local family-owned company. You get that free estimate so you know exactly how much you're going to pay up front. Most breakdowns don't happen overnight. They start with these small problems. So listen to your AC. Now would be a great time when we're in between largely that cooling and heating season. Maybe telling you it's on its last leg. Make sure you tell Janelle over there when you call that Vinny sent you. UrbanHeatingandCooling.com.
Hey, remember when your basement was just for storage? WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. With Matrix Basement Finishing, they turn that empty space into the heart of your home. It's what they did for us. Whether it's a cozy family movie night or cheering on your favorite team during the best time of the year to watch sports. From the design consultation to picking out your perfect flooring and fixtures, the process is seamless and done at your home. Get the quality craftsmanship you deserve with no payments until 2028. And visit matrixbasements.com.
Park and Scratch Outpost.
Roxy's Resources and Awareness Drive-Thru will be at Bark and Scratch Outpost Sunday, August 23rd from 9 to 11 with free pet food and supplies. 5835 West Blue Mound Road. That's Sunday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. August 23rd. Anyone struggling with pet food can stop by. At Bark and Scratch Outpost, we think outside the bag.
MilwaukeePetFood.com. Bark and Scratch Outpost.
You know the name John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You know why? We're decades removed, or half century removed from the terrible things that he did, but these stories live on. Some of them are coming back around because they're the true crime podcasts and the documentaries and the like. They're very popular right now. We've seen even recent renewed interest around our own guy, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Dahmer always comes back around every couple of years. It ebbs and flows.
Always surprises me. I'm like, why? We're talking about Dahmer again? But we are, and people are really interested in it. And some people are new to it. They weren't even around then, right? Well, Gacy murdered 33 young men and boys that we know of, buried them beneath his suburban Chicago home. This was back in the 1970s. He's known as the Killer Clown. Guy had a fascination with clowns, was a performing clown himself. I mean, he did birthday parties under the name Pogo the Clown, parades and stuff. He was a clown. Well, WTMJ's Libby Collins has a fascinating update to this decades-old story. She talked with one of Gacy's attorneys. Karen Conti represented him at one stage of his legal proceedings. Conti believes there may be more victims, including perhaps a teen from here in southeast Wisconsin.
Is there anything else out there that you think needs to be exposed? Or do we know everything there was to know about the John Wayne Gacy case?
We don't know everything. I believe that there are other victims, and that when he was on trips for business, that he was doing that while he was in other places. And if you think about it, he's in the middle of a crime spree, and some nights he would go out and pick up a boy, come back, kill him, second boy, third boy, in one night. So tell me that he's in rural areas in Wisconsin and Pacific Northwest and not doing the same thing, where there's fewer people, easier to abduct people, easier to dispose of bodies. I would wonder if you could line up people that he might have also killed. In fact, I got a call from a young person in Mequon who said that a friend of hers went missing age 14 or 15 and told me exactly when the person went missing, what he looked like. He looked like one of Gacy's victims, same kind of small build, blonde hair. He was after school. And I knew that Gacy was in that area somewhat around that time.
Have you thought about reaching out to the Mequon Police Department and say, look, there might be something here? Because obviously it's a cold case.
Yes. I actually reached out to family members and they didn't get back to me. And some people don't want to open up these wounds again.
So that's Karen Conti. She was a young attorney. She was in her 20s and was the only woman representing John Wayne Gacy during his death penalty appeal. Now, Conti also shared that she believes there is evidence that others may also have been involved in at least some of the murders.
How much access did you have to the actual evidence of what was presented in his original trial?
We had access to it. There was a locker on the west side of Chicago that had stuff from his house, clown costumes, all kinds of things. And the things that we were most concerned about was his business records, because his business records strangely corroborated the fact that he was out of town for at least 7 of the murders. I truly believe that other people were killing these kids. I think Gacy killed many of them and had to do with most of them, but I think there were other people perpetrating these crimes.
Did you ever ask him that question?
I did, and the clear suspects would be the 2 young men who were living with him at the time, who testified in court that they dug the trenches under the house. They claimed they dug the trenches, never knew Gacy was killing people, never helped bring the bodies down there, which to me is unbelievable that they would be living with somebody during a crime spree like this and not be participating in procuring the boys, helping murder them, and certainly burying their bodies.
Did you ever talk to either of those young men?
I tried, and they wouldn't return calls. One of them has a lawyer on permanent retainer.
Ugh, chilling. You want something else creepy? I got one more here that's creepy.
Please.
Without playing the entire conversation from Libby, because you'll have to wait till Sunday morning for that. But you're right, I mentioned Gacy was a clown.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in addition to the stunning number of victims and gruesome nature of the crimes, of course. That was another thing that captured the attention of people who were interested in the case, both at the time and even now. So in prison, Gacy apparently spent hours painting self-portraits. And the portraits were of himself when he was Pogo the Clown.
Right, yeah.
Which is creepy. So this lawyer, Conti, she knows very well what happened to some of those portraits.
You mentioned Gacy's paintings, the clown paintings, the evil clown. Did you ever see any of those up close?
I have 3 of them.
Wait a minute.
He gifted 3 of them to me. And I say gifted, I'm putting that in big air quotes because what do you do with these things? They literally sat in a closet face down for many years. I'm not going to sell them, of course. I don't want to give them away. I don't know what I'm going to ever do with them.
Do you feel they're possessed in any way?
I don't, but I have had some very odd things happen with those paintings. There was a point in time where I owned a house and I put them in the basement and there was a flood down there. And when I pulled everything out, everything was wet except where the paintings were. There was no reason for that area to have been spared the water because it was down toward where the water should have been running. I also had these paintings in a standing wardrobe and I always had trouble getting that lock open. And I actually sold it to an antique dealer who had serious, weird noises coming out of that area. And that lock, he had to get a locksmith in there 3 times to change it because it would lock for no reason. Even if he didn't close the door, he would find it closed and locked. When he circled back with me, he was just telling me what a strange thing. And I told him about the Gacy paintings. He was freaked out because he didn't know that they had been in there.
And you still keep them?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
What?
Really wild stuff. A riveting interview coming your way this weekend. I don't know, man, about that. I mean, that went spiritual, existential there for a minute.
So at that point, don't you just destroy the paintings?
I think I wonder if she's frightened too. And Libby asked the greatest question.
Yeah, she does. She was great. It was fantastic. Why still have them? How many do you have? It's fantastic.
I love how this attorney, Conti, too, said I was gifted them, and I use that in air quotes. This was her client, and anyone accused of a crime is entitled to have legal representation. So folks who defend murderers and people who have done the worst in our society still deserve that legal representation. That's who we are, so they ought not take blame for that. She's clearly disturbed by some of the things she saw and heard and was a part of in that time. I love her. Yeah, he gifted them to me. What am I supposed to do with this?
Right.
But I don't know. If you're not going to sell them,
because you don't want to make money off them,
right? I think that's her thing. I'm not trying to make a buck off of the terrible things that this guy did. So I think you could just incinerate them. But based on some of the other stuff, I don't know, man. If I'm going to that, right? Are you sure? I don't know. This conversation is going to be fascinating. It's WTMJ Conversations with Libby Collins. It's coming up Sunday morning at 11 a.m. Coming up on the bottom of the hour, we got ABC News coming your way next.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Hey, WTMJ's Eric Vilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You're talking about practice.
We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here.
Maybe we do some bits.
Does anybody really listen to what I say at the end of these things? You know what I mean? Like, do some people really tune in?
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contract.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Prince Harry, Elton John's husband, and Liz Hurley, some of those who have now been ordered to pay the publisher of the Daily Mail an initial $13 million following their failed invasion of privacy case. The claimants lost the case in London last month, during which they said their phones had been hacked, claims it could not be proven. A sword-wielding attacker slashed several people at a school in Sweden today. He's now in custody. It happened just northwest of Stockholm. Severe weather hitting the Atlantic seaboard. No one was seriously injured, but it did cause a good amount of damage.
A rain-wrapped tornado tearing through the city of Dover, Delaware, sending debris flying and leaving behind a trail of destruction.
I can't believe this.
Some residents caught off guard, racing to take shelter. 2 hotels left badly damaged, pieces of the building wrapped around power lines.
ABC's Morgan Norwood. Another food safety scare as health officials in Minnesota and Wisconsin warned consumers of alfalfa sprouts potentially contaminated with salmonella. This is ABC News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're an hour off the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial on the upswing, up about 350 points to 53,109. The S&P 500 is at 7663. That's up 24 points, and the NASDAQ is up 28 to 26,093. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. Roads are looking good at the moment. Just a friendly reminder, we got day baseball today, so 3:10 first pitch. So that could add to the congestion. And we have storms expected to roll in late this afternoon into this evening. So just something to be mindful of there right around the stadium. It's going to be a little busy once that game comes to an end. But otherwise, right now, roads are looking good.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Looks like substantial rain this morning. Right now, everything is north and northwest of Milwaukee, but a lot more folks will get in on this before the morning hours are done. Then some clearing, and then strong storms possible once again this afternoon or evening with a high of 78 degrees. Low down to 64 tonight with storms coming to an end. Saturday, slight chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Otherwise, mostly sunny, high 78. Sunday, cooler and less humid, high of 74. Monday is perfect with a high of 73 and sunshine. And Tuesday, mostly sunny, slight chance of rain in the afternoon or evening hours and a high of 78. Milwaukee's at 69.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:35.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi here for QC Kinetics. When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, do your homework. Remember, once the joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Greenfield and Mequon. You start with a medical evaluation, reviewing your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. If you're a good candidate, they'll concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that could change your life. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free. Call QC Kinetics at 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. QC Kinetics.
Vince Vitrano here for Spano Pratt. Leading a nonprofit takes more than heart. It takes the right leader, someone who has the skills, experience, and passion to move your mission forward. And those people are not always easy to find, and you do not want to miss on a new hire like that. That's where Spano Pratt comes in. They focus exclusively on nonprofit executive searches, from discovering those high-caliber candidates to rigorous assessment and selection to engaging and aligning your board of directors throughout that entire process. Spano Pratt doesn't just fill roles. They help you find leaders who truly align with your purpose and mission. Go to SpanoPratt.com to start your search.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers.
I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate.
Because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent.
And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did.
My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again.
I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
$9:38, and it's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, give me a don't forget.
I hope you're hungry. Don't forget. Got ourselves a good old-fashioned delicious pancake breakfast special coming up. Extra syrup. Keep it sticky.
Why is it extra syrup today? Is
you're going to find out why.
Is it extra syrup today?
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
It's banana pancakes.
Happening today.
So right now, thousands of American troops on board the USS Lincoln are singing this song in unison. They're not really, but they are on their way back to the States after months and months and months at sea.
The USS Abraham Lincoln is heading home from the Middle East after 9 months at sea after complaints of poor living conditions and declining mental health. As the Lincoln makes the journey back to San Diego, another aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has taken its place in support of U.S. operations against Iran.
ABC's Sophie Flay. So, Lincoln and its 5,000 sailors and Marines have been dreaming about the country roads since last year. They're expected to arrive in San Diego in about 4 to 5 weeks from now. This is after living in what has been said to be poor conditions, cold water, no toothpaste, hardly any food to eat, and for more than 250 days. Now, what we've been told is, I still know a guy who used to serve on this same ship. He said usually after 60 days, you start noticing the food turning.
Frays around the edges a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And they've been at it for more than 250. So imagine that return. Not only are you going back to port, but you're going back to San Diego. So that's going to feel phenomenal for these sailors once they get back. I can't imagine what the cleaning detail is going to look like for that ship once they're back.
the administration pushed back on suggestions that they had been out there too long, but yet you have now this quick turnaround since a lot of these things became public. Perhaps what's being said publicly and what was being said privately are different things. And you wonder, would this be happening right now if some family members of our men and women who are in war, if some family members hadn't spoken up and say, hey, we need to do better.
And it really doesn't make any sense. They sent the George Washington there to relieve the Lincoln, so why would that not have been a thing they were considering, or at least on the timeline, or at least in the conversation when you're in the Situation Room talking through, hey, these sailors have been out here a while, typically, why are these conversations not being had?
And even if you're less interested in the comfort, because I think there are legitimate points to be made. The nation is at war. And this is what our men and women who join the armed forces sign up for to a degree.
Of course.
Right? No one argues that we haven't had wars before where the conditions were far worse. But just because it could be worse doesn't mean it shouldn't be better. And also, you talk about the efficiency of the operations.
You want to be a peak performer,
Yes.
you have to be in a good place to be a peak performer.
So even if you don't care about any of all that other stuff, you still want these operations to be done flawlessly as we would expect, right? And think about yourself when you've gone 2 weeks at work without a day off. Well, we got a big project and we worked Saturday and we worked Sunday and boy, I've been going on this.
I've been sitting at the desk a long time.
Right?
Yeah, right.
Trained as they are, dedicated as they are, committed as they are, knowing what they signed up for, they're still at war and they've been at it a long time without a break.
Well, the good news is in 3 or 4 weeks, there's going to be a big old party in Southern California. Hope you're hungry. Got a pancake breakfast special. Next.
Wisconsin is as hard-working of a place as you'll ever find. There's a sense of pride, community, and work ethic that's second to none. People here are tough, but even the toughest among us need help after a serious accident. At Gruber Law Offices, we won't stop fighting for you and your family. We've been here and will continue to be here for as long as you need us. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Vince Vetrano here for my team at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, which includes one of the new docs. You hear him from time to time on the air, Dr. Corey Casper. Really excited about the work that Dr. Casper is doing in sports and regenerative medicine. He is an Air Force veteran. He's a Southeast Wisconsin native, so he and his family are back home here, and now it's his turn to serve all of us in Southeast Wisconsin. And I hear this often from folks who ask me about my experience at OAW. Had a procedure years ago on my knee, and they're like, well, I don't want to have surgery, which is great. Dr. Casper is a perfect example of a specialist who utilizes all kinds of different cutting-edge methods to help patients recover, get back to life without surgical intervention. Also, salute to service. Dr. Casper's job in the Air Force was keeping our fighting forces healthy and ready to answer the call for our country. So we're very fortunate to have him back here at home and at OAW. Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling. Trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
9:45 on this Friday morning. Busy week. A number of very high-quality programs, don't you think, Keith?
God, I hope so.
Yeah, I really think we did a good job. So what we do is talk each day about what's coming up tomorrow, what's coming up next week. Number of things don't quite make the grade.
Right.
That never makes it into the rundown. So we asked Greg Pancake Hill, producer of this here program, to whip up a little something with the leftovers in a segment we call the Pancake Breakfast Special.
What about breakfast?
You've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
Some of you aren't gonna like this. So what do we love? And self-admittedly, I fall victim to this all the time, especially on this segment. A good marketing campaign with a great message, right? We've talked about it, different iterations of it all the time. Well, there's this movement out there, and let's be honest, it's lost a lot of steam here for a long time. That movement is climate change.
Let's get those nerds!
Okay, all right, don't hang up. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. I know, you're right. Pancake, we don't want to hear you preach about climate change. I get it. So I'm not going to. But she will.
I'm heating up. So is the planet. But only one of us should be.
Channel 4 News, it's a British organization, they have the story.
OnlyFans stars are exposing themselves and the dirty truth about big oil in videos online.
Okay. This is a story about those raising awareness of climate change, and they're doing it via OnlyFans. Now, for those of you going, OnlyFans, I'm not familiar. I don't know what that is. Yeah, sure you don't.
That's a lie.
Okay? If you don't, I'll humor you. It's a content sharing website, and it's famously known for adult content.
Is Seymour there? Last name, but.
So, these models, there are multiple that do this, by the way. The one profiled in this story, 2 million followers on this website. Conceptualize that for a moment. She uses her platform not only for her content, but her platform standing up against climate change. Raising awareness, I suppose. Remember, there's quite a needed upgrade on the climate change spokesperson. Remember the last guy climate change had?
Please welcome Al Gore.
Who? Yeah, remember the inconvenient truth?
I'm here to educate you about the single biggest threat to our planet. I'm talking, of course, about man-bear pigs.
Okay, before you judge or throw your hands up in the air, you've done this already. You have fallen victim to this already. Have you seen The Big Short?
Basically, Louis Ranieri's mortgage bonds were amazingly profitable for the big banks.
I now understand subprime mortgages, but I never would if it wasn't for Margot Robbie explaining in a bathtub.
Yep. So don't be pretending you know what the market is or subprime mortgage. Stop. Do not. You've never heard that before, that explanation. So, what did we learn throughout all of this? It's much less about the messaging. It's way more about the messenger. And it's not just here for social issues, by the way. Every commercial ever. You think David Beckham eats at McDonald's during the World Cup? You think that cat looks like he does because he eats at McDonald's? I do not think so. And it's not just commercials. Have you ever seen a bad picture of Jesus? Okay, all right. Easy. So maybe if your message isn't hitting, you need to go from this.
I'm talking, of course, about man-bear pig.
To this.
I'm heating up. So is the planet. But only one of us should be.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
So, these climate change OnlyFans folks, they're basically holding you hostage to the message while you enjoy their other show. Is that what it is?
Are you going to enjoy the show? Then you're going to enjoy the show.
Right.
What's going to come with that show?
It's like sitting at a timeshare thing, right? You know, right?
This is your paragolf.
After
your
this, you get the dishes, but you got to listen to the presentation.
That's one way.
Is that about it?
To think about. And guess who also needs a better spokesperson? Timeshares. Am I right?
I just read it for the articles.
MPS Families. School starts Tuesday, September 1st, and we're excited to serve you.
If you haven't enrolled your child yet, now is the time. Milwaukee Public Schools offers free breakfast and lunch, the latest reading curriculum, and programs to fit every learner, including bilingual, language immersion, Montessori, special education, and more. Enroll today at mpsmke.com/enroll or visit us in person at 5225 West Fleet Street, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't wait. Enroll today.
West Nile virus back in the news. Vince Vitrano from my pest control team. Bugman, Queen Bee, based right here in West Dallas. And West Nile can infect people. It's a mosquito-borne illness. It's now been detected once again in Wisconsin this summer. If you plan to spend more time outdoors, on the deck, on the patio, still time to do a treatment to knock out those skeeters. And ticks, too. Ticks that can carry Lyme disease. Danger to your family, to your pets if they love to be outside. Indoor and outdoor treatments for creepy crawlies, stinging insects. Boy, the wasps, nasty this time of year. Adam sent me some pictures of these giant nests he pulled out of a couple of homes locally. Giant. Get on the schedule now. Adam will take care of it. Tell him Vinny sent you. It's bugmanqueenbee.com.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here.
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin
mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go. Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow. Right now, a child in our community needs more than a place to stay. They need stability, encouragement, a caring adult who believes in them. St. Charles Youth and Family Services is looking for compassionate people and families to become foster parents. It's through their treatment foster care program. You'll receive training, guidance, and ongoing support every step of the way. Learn more about becoming a foster parent today at stcharlesinc.org. That's stcharlesinc.org. stcharlesinc.org.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bry.
Polling. How
Sucks.
Yeah. Talking about polls isn't low-hanging fruit.
For us, candidate polling, I don't see the value.
All right, so do not come to this show
For candidate polls,
for breaking down candidate polls.
not a fan of that. Don't believe it.
All right.
That's going to be my
We
take.
shook on it.
We shook on it.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Just before 10 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News, one more quick note on the weather. We got a lot of rain in the area right now. If you're not getting rain, the northwest tip of Milwaukee County now seems to be getting in on some of this rain activity, and that is sweeping to the southeast. May not, based on what the radar is showing right now, hit far southern Racine or Kenosha counties.
Might not get everybody. But
right. But some folks are going to get wet here,
yep.
and then there's clearing, and then the thing to watch for here would be some strong storms possible in the mid to late afternoon into the early evening hours. Chance for severe weather with that. So that's what you need to keep an eye on today. We have afternoon baseball here on WTMJ. Brewers in a rare afternooner here at American Family Field. It's a 3:10 first pitch, so our broadcast time is 2:35 for the pregame this afternoon. What's with Murph lately? He was on fire.
You're right. Well, so yesterday it started because he pulled Gasser. So for the second time recently, he's pulled a pitcher mid at bat.
Top of the fourth inning, a 6-3 Brewers lead, and Pat Murphy's out. He is going to lift Robert Gasser from this game in the middle of the at-bat. Oof. He has made the call to the bullpen, and Chad Patrick's going to come into this game.
So he pulled Gasser because he was just walking too many guys, and he made what was a laugher into a close game for a while there. So the Brewers would end up winning on Thursday. So afterward, he explained that, hey, you know what? Got a high bar here for these pitchers, and they got to know that. And he used specific wording.
These guys understanding that and understanding that's not going to happen to me because I can make pitches. And maybe I'm not 97, maybe I'm 95, maybe I'm 94, but I can throw it over a gnat's ass. You know what I mean? Gnats are pretty small. Whew. If you can do that, you know, you got a chance to help, whether it's 94 or 97.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So, all right, I guess that makes sense. You hear where he's going there.
Gnats.
Yeah.
And then I they're very small.
Yeah. So, right.
Thanks, Skip.
And the point well made, though, hey, if you are throwing a couple of miles per hour less, that's okay if you're hitting your spot every time and not walking a bunch of people. You'd rather it be that hit. Throw 94 and hit your mark instead of 97 all over the place.
There's a difference between throwing and pitching. And a Major League Baseball player can hit a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, or, frankly, as far as Mizransky is concerned, a 104-mile-an-hour fastball out in a hurry.
Yeah.
If you start swinging yesterday and you connect, that can be gone. So if that's all you got, right, Murph's point is well taken. I just wonder, where did he pull out the gnat?
Do you see this other little Murphism from a couple of days ago? So Jake Bauers, who's just been hitting the cover off the ball.
That guy's unconscious. Do not wake him up. Don't even talk to him.
And he's a really good interview. Obviously, the media loves to chat with him. And I think this is Lance Allen from CBS 58 was talking to him. And in the background, I think Murph was getting tired of it. He needed Bauers to be somewhere else. If you listen closely here.
Do this every year.
Do the media some other time. Let's go.
All right, Skip's calling. Guys.
Yeah. He's calling him out across the room.
He's like, yo, Bauers.
Do this every year.
Do the media some other time. Let's go.
All right, Skip's calling. Guys.
Yeah. Let's do baseball here for a minute, if that's okay. If I can interrupt your schedule here.
If you missed anything on the program, text the word Vince to the side of an unlimited WTMJ Talking text line. We'll send you the podcast line, 855-616-1620. You can always find it on the YouTube page as well.
It is 9:57. We yield to Point Taken. Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bryant. Next on News Radio 620 WTMJ.
Thank you. It's been a great day. Love to all.
Thank you. Darth Vader?
Block cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriends.
Bring us your problems, deadlines,